Yo, Aton, Time Lord, what's up? Hold on, did I do this right? Hold on. Why is it saying my... Oh no, I'm live. Why isn't the chat showing up for me? Oh, there's the chat. Holy shit, there's a lot of you. Bro, what? How come my chat's not going off? There we go. Got it. Mark, what's up? Cabler. Nice ASMR. Wait, am I quiet? What's up, Jason? All right, so I got the chats opened. We're good. We're solid. Oh, wait. I'm in the wrong picture. There we go. There we go. There we go. All right. What is going on, guys? How's your day? We're here for a Saturday voice of all things. Shanks video was really good. You got to it, Time Lord? All in due time, guys. All in due time. Looking stylish. Yep, this is Professor Par today, because we are here for Voice of All Things episode 13, right? So today is whoa, Jake, whoa. Jake lands the video, the live stream hasn't started yet, technically. Thank you for, I need to get, all right. He can't just drop $100 super chat. My guy out here, let's go Par. Yo, I need to get, I was thinking about changing that sound, not thinking about, I'm going to have it say that Eminem line, like, a visionary, a vision is scary. I really like that line. I want to add it. Yo, I really appreciate that. What I was gonna say is we have a lot to talk about. So this is Voice of All Things. Thank you for tuning in with the Voice of All Things episode 13 with your host ParVision. So if you guys are new to the stream, essentially what I do on these episodes is, Bergomi, thank you for the super chat. The Shanks video was amazing, bro. So essentially what I do for these episodes is I pick a topic, or like we talk about something that recently happened in a video that I talked about, or the chapter. And the crazy thing is all of those things collide because I want to talk about Shanks. My last video was about Shanks and chapter 1055, you know, crazy Shanks stuff, right? That being said, we don't know much about Shanks, so we really have to use the Voice of All Things here to try and figure out. We have to go through every panel, every page, look at all the perspectives, everything we can to figure out about Shanks, right? And the funniest thing is in the last chapter, everyone's like, did he use telepathy? Did he use Voice of All Things? So even Shanks is out here using Voice of All Things. And so hopefully through the research, you know, like the O'Hara research and Roger's Voice of All Things, somehow we'll get to the right answer about what Shanks's deal is. So that being said, if you guys quickly in the chat, what you guys think, I mean, we already got some super chats. What you guys think about Godfather Shanks? Were you guys fans of that idea? Did I ruin your day when it comes to Shanks? Do you guys if that's the case with Shanks? Also, if you haven't seen the Shanks video, just also write that, but I'll give you a brief, you know, run through, and then you can watch the whole video later on. That being said, I'll talk about it briefly for the VOD for people who haven't watched yet. If you're tuning in, or you know, you're new to the stream, you can catch the stream also afterwards on my second channel. I upload the VODs onto my second channel. But yeah, let me know what you guys think while I just get a few things just set up real quick. Let me see. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. wait. You guys didn't hear shit. Let me see something. Please. Okay. All right. We're good. We're good. We're good. There we go. All right. Let's look at some of the chats. So let's see. If cracked my skull, brilliant W. Wasn't a big fan of the trafficking idea. Nah, bro, that last Shanks video was really good. I like it. It has to be something we don't know. It was a good theory. So left field that it's super intense. If Shanks really is a mob boss, he's my favorite character. Haven't watched it yet. Okay, so we have someone who hasn't watched it yet. Dark and interesting. I'ma just hype all the bad Shanks. But the Deepwater Currents was sick. Shanks is a mob boss and Pluton is a mob boss. Dak Sake. Finally back after the few dreams. Yo, I thought you went on vacation, Phantom. What do you mean you're tired? Was very intriguing. Thank you for the hard work. Vikings is very infamous slavers. Yo, so there's a part 2 to it. There's a bunch of things that I didn't add that it makes it hit harder. So I'm gonna, but the thing is I couldn't include those without making this video like 2 hours long. So, and also that info needed this to bring precedence to it. So I'll explain in a second here. Let me check to what Twitch says. Gang Bej. It's interesting, but the new age line from 10 to kind of changed your perspective on it. Okay. My headcanon's God. Yes. Gang Bej already fits the mold. Godfather, though, just saying. You know, that's true. That's true. I think there are two sides. You know, like, I think Gang Bej is like, it's like a New York mobster, whereas like Shanks would be like Yakuza / like Viking / the other side of it. See current things at A1 call. Yes, yes. We're making jokes. Greetings from California. Yo, Cold Killer. What's up? Yonkos have some vision of family. What vision does Shanks have? No family? Well, Shanks is from the Roger Pirates, right? The other Yonko are the Rocks Pirates. That's why they have that. It's very interesting. So I talk about that in the first video in the series, how the Rocks Pirates seem to like have this like family thing. And then the Rogers Pirates might be different. Discuss your, yes, I will be discussing my latest Shanks theory. I'm gonna describe it in a second, just really briefly, and then you can catch all the details in the full video, right? The full video is 55 minutes, so clearly I won't be able to get to it. So if you haven't watched it yet, essentially what I'm saying, you know, clearly Godfather Shanks is the tagline to the video, right? Basically what I'm saying is that in terms of territory, we don't know what territory he has. Now, what's very interesting is that we were exposed to this whole realm of the ocean, the sea, right? And Luffy wants to become the king of the ocean, king of the seas, the pirate king, right? So he can't reasonably become that if he doesn't explore all of the oceans. And what's very, very interesting is we've been sailing on the surface, but there's a whole ecosystem underneath through the deep sea currents. These are things we were talked about in chapter 604 and 654. And so essentially what I'm saying is that Shanks is the leader or the emperor that rules the undersea. And those undersea currents, both times, 604 and 654, were tied to snakes and dragons, and that is what we associate Shanks with. And that you know, I explain way more in detail in the video, but you know, the whole point of it is if you're able to take control of those pipelines, you would be really, really powerful, really, really powerful. Now the question is, what other reasons would Shanks use that for? And so I'll briefly say it again. If you haven't watched the video, this is a little bit of a spoiler, but it doesn't ruin the video in general because a lot of people had this consensus, and I kind of walk you through it. And I know I got to see some live reactions to it. I premiered it. It was a great time because everyone was on board around like 25 minutes. That's when everyone was like, I love this shit. I love it. This is amazing. And then I dropped the bomb. So the bomb is that all the Yonkos, and we see these emperors of these underworld characters, and I talk way more in detail about them. They're all covering these like larger than them roles within the story of like illegal operations within the One Piece world that reflect on our world, right? And so like Kaido's like pharmaceutical, military, Big Mom's like food and intelligence. Then we have like a shipping magnate, warehouse, drug Peklo, intelligence, Big News Morgan, a few others, right? And the thing is, there's the one industry that has not been covered at all, and it's the main industry that runs counter to, you know, most of the storyline, which is the slave trade. We don't know who's running the slave trade. And essentially what I'm saying is that if there's a big player behind that, right, and that's a huge concept, right? Think about Sun God Nico. Who is he liberating? Slaves, right? Now we find out Luffy is Sun God Nika. So it's like, if we think that he has to dismantle slavery, then you have to wonder who is behind it, right? And so go watch the full video. It's my recent one, Godfather Shanks. It's you know, it sounds crazy, right? Trust me, go watch it. It's incredible. And in the sense of like, I've been holding on to I'm saying incredible not because it's right. There's a lot of reaching that has to be had with Shanks, especially because we got like 10 chapters in the entire like 1,000 chapters where he's appeared. So most theories are going to be reaching a little bit extra when it comes to Shanks, and I think Shanks was purposely done that way by Oda to have us guessing, have us questioning. And so the reason why I used the logic I had was like a process of elimination. You know, if we don't get the story from Shanks, then we have to look at the other parts of the stories and what are left. So big question, aren't the celestial dragons behind slavery? And I talk about that in the video, and essentially it's like they are the purchasers. In every instance we've seen them purchasing, we've seen them go out of the way to purchase. There's no pipeline that they have directly. And so essentially what you have to ask yourself is, if they don't have the pipeline, then who is the pipeline? And so I talk way more in depth about that. And one of the biggest things in the video is Shanks's role and Dragon's role. I think around like 40 or 30 minutes in, I talk about this idea that that Shanks, that Shanks being tied to Goa Kingdom. His headquarters was Goa Kingdom for we don't know how long, but it was there. At the chapter 1, that's what we're told. And essentially what I was saying was like, a good portion of this theory relies on the idea that Shanks and Dragon are separate. Now, if they're connected, that gives a whole different perspective. I think that for this Godfather Shanks idea to work, then Dragon and Shanks can't be associated with each other. And so that being said, there might be a whole plot line where Shanks and Dragon, that might be a huge drop later on in the story where they are connected. And so if there were an idea connecting Shanks and Dragon, honestly, I would love to hear it, and it would be amazing because like, honestly, my idea with Shanks might not be other people's favorites. So I'm really interested to hear other ideas. And so, oh shit, are we getting, are we getting Buster called? Oh my god, this is crazy. What's happening? Do you guys hear that? Oh shit, we're getting Buster called. Oh no, I wonder who it is.
Hey, is Marshall D Preach coming?
Yo,
Series?
It's Marshall D Preach, guys. How are you doing, bro?
Doing great. How about you?
I'm good. So for the new viewers, we just got Buster called. That was like the intro. I'm getting like a different video and like sound for all of that. But yeah, so Marshall D Preach actually has a video talking about Shanks and Dragon. So it's like the perfect timing. Before, when we first talked, we both talked how we have a Shanks video in the work and we wanted to collab. And so it's just kind of like craziness with the timing with chapter 1055, and then I got my Shanks video out and he got his during the break month. And so now we're going to talk about it. So Marshall D. Preach, just quickly, like, I'm sure most of my viewers probably know you already, but if you don't know Marshall D. Preach, let them know who you are.
Yes, you can call me Preach. You know, some people call me Marshall in the comments. It's whatever. I do theories, discussions, and yeah, I'm a huge Blackbeard fan. Love Shanks as well. So yeah, we've been doing a lot of Shanks theories on the channel, and I've watched your recent video, and it really made me think about it differently. So, you know, I don't agree with everything, but I do see it from a different perspective, and that some ideas were at the very least an interesting concept.
When I saw you in the comments on it, I was like, ooh, this is getting spicy. This is getting spicy because your video is so it's the Hype Shanks World Breaking Alliance video that you posted. What's it called? I think it was June 22nd, right? Yeah, June 22nd. So that's during the break month.
About a month ago. Yeah.
And I just want to highlight something. We're going to talk about a bunch of things. So PX, I see you asking about the Pluton thing. So today we're going to be talking about Shanks. So maybe at the end of the stream, we'll talk about it. I actually forgot to ask you, Preach, how much time do you have today?
I got all the time in the world. You know, I cleared the whole day, and we can go as long as we want.
All right, sounds good. You know, you probably already know, I can go on forever when it comes to One Piece. So we'll definitely be talking about Shanks and everything else as long as, you know, as long as we're like able to speak. But essentially, I want you to share the Shanks and Dragon video like in a nutshell so people can go watch it. So it's this video right here. If you guys haven't already seen it, it has 10 times my viewership right now, 100,000 views. But
yeah, well, your video just came out, so
it's crazy because like I just want to point out, like, you know, a lot of people are saying like I got a lot of W's in chapter 1055, and I think a lot of people got it from, you know, a lot of different angles. But he Preach in this video during the break month said that Shanks is gonna show up at the end of the arc, end of Wano arc. He said he's either gonna show up soon or he's gonna show up at the end of this arc, and this is during the break month. So like there wasn't many people saying he would show up like this month, you know what I mean? In 1054, when we got that understanding that Shanks is here, I think everyone was shocked, but Preach wasn't. Preach called it out, you know. And there's other things that you called out. We'll get into those later, but go off, let them know what you were talking about in this video.
Well, first of all, you know, when it comes to One Piece, everybody has their takes, they have their theories, they have their predictions, and you know, the way I see it is like we just take our wins, okay? We're gonna take our wins and run with them. And it is what it is. You know, we get things wrong too, but
oh yeah.
As for Shanks going up to Wano, I was saying he's going to pull up to Wano. People were saying, oh no, it's going to be an Elbaf, maybe in the next arc. A lot of people were telling me that. For me, it's just like the way I see it is that Shanks always comes in at the end of the big arcs. Like we've seen him throughout the entire series. We see him pull up at the big arcs. So for me, it's like I feel like he has to at least show up in Wano. Maybe he won't be as important until the next arc, but you know, we got that one right.
Yeah.
As far as Dragon and Shanks, you want to get into that, or?
Yeah, go for it. Just let them know.
So as far as Dragon and Shanks, that was a part of the video too. And for me, I've always looked at it where Shanks and Dragon have a lot of coincidental appearances where they're always in the same kind of area. It seems like they may be not in the same time exactly, but you know, Oda goes straight out of his way to say in One Piece, there's no coincidences, and he says it through Rayleigh, he says it through different characters, and for me it's like, okay, so we see Shanks, and then a short time after we see Dragon come to Goa Kingdom, and yeah, it's like it's his home, but at the same time it's kind of suspicious that Shanks is there in the first place. He made it his base, and then you go into another situation where is Dragon following Shanks? Was he looking for him at that time? Did he want to talk to him? There's a lot of ways you could go with it, and then, you know, we go on, and then the next time is in Logtown. We see Shanks, and then we also see Dragon come to Logtown. Now they were not in the same island, but they were shown in the same. I think it was like a chapter before we saw Shanks, and the next chapter was Dragon. So Oda showing that they're gonna show up in the same similar areas. or in the same time frame of the story. And then I think the Reverie was the big one for me, because in my eyes, I'm like, the revolutionaries were planning this for a minute now, and now Shanks schedules a meeting with the Godose on the same day that they show up. So is that a coincidence? And then there's a lot of questions too, like where was Shanks' crew during that event? You know, there's a lot of situation there, but so I'm honestly shocked that we didn't see Dragon yet. Maybe we'll see him soon in the next few chapters.
Yeah.
But that's where that kind of idea stemmed from, that Shanks and Dragon were in a some kind of alliance.
So here's a question. I don't know, you probably got comments like this asking, and I don't remember if you bring this up in the video, but Shanks showing up at the Gorosei, a lot of people think that's grounds to means that he's a celestial dragon. Now, if he's in alliance with Dragon, do you think that's true, that Shanks is a celestial dragon or has that kind of relationship?
For Shanks, yeah, I think that you have to either be a celestial dragon or the Will of D.
Okay.
For the character this important, I don't see how it could be either. It has to be one of those two.
Okay.
And for the celestial dragon side, I do think it's the more likely side for right now.
So then you're saying that Dragon is in alliance with a fallen celestial dragon, Shanks, right?
Yeah, that's what I believe. Yeah.
Okay. And that, you know, it is interesting because I think so I don't know if anybody here got to hear the Shanks Summit with King of Lightning. Essentially, we brought up the point that Dragon has access to some knowledge. That's our understanding, is like, we don't know, but we get the feeling that he has like Roger Rock's kind of knowledge, like, you know, that kind of like inside picture. And if he were a celestial dragon like Doflamingo, and Doflamingo also had access to crazy amount of knowledge, then if Shanks were a celestial dragon and he were alliance with Dragon, then that would be a great way to give Dragon that information through Shanks, right? So you know, I can see how that makes sense. And also, like, the way you phrased it, it could be either way. So I personally am leaning more towards the Ancient Kingdom, and there's a part of a future video that I haven't really gotten into. I have to do way more research in like Norse mythology and like Nordic countries and that kind of thing. But so if we're saying Shanks is in alliance with Dragon, right? And I mentioned this before, it's like there's not a whole lot to go off of Shanks himself, which is why we have to look at the context clue, right? And you were saying like, well, in terms of when they do show up, they show up proximal to each other, right? Even when we're talking about like Log Town or whatever, I think chapter 96 is when Shanks shows up, and then chapter 99 is when Dragon shows up. I think when we see like the Whitebeard ship, like you said, then we also see Dragon the chapter before. Every single time, even without like geographically putting them in the same place, Oda's been tying them together. Which now that I'm thinking about it, does that mean we see Dragon like in a few chapters? Like,
yeah, that's what I was saying. So I think we're going to see Dragon here in the next few chapters. If you think about it, we already saw Sabo and we saw what happened with that, but I feel like going into the final war, Dragon is going to be the one initiating from the shadows. So we still have to see what his plan is overall.
The shadows, I like that you I feel like now that I have the shadows theory, like anytime someone brings up shadows, it's like, yeah, the part, the vision, that's what I'm talking about. I just like, anytime someone brings it up in a collab, I'm just like, are you shouting out my video right now?
Yeah, it's a ParVision reference for sure.
But yeah, so we haven't like seen Dragon in the last few chapters, right? Even in he's only been mentioned. I'm drawing a blank right now. We haven't seen him, right?
No, yeah, we haven't seen him. But
so,
yeah, he was mentioned in 1054, I believe.
Yeah, at the very end, that Sabo's influence is greater than Dragon's at the moment. And so then, okay, with the Celestial Dragon point, so something that I like to bring up for that is this panel right here. You probably remember it. It's when Shanks meets with the Gorosei. Actually, is it 909? No, I think it's 907 actually. 907. Yeah, 907. So when Shanks meets the Gorosei, you probably have this like down pat, but the Gorosei say, like, when Shanks shows up, they say, This is the reverie. Given your standing, you should have nothing to do with politics. So in my mind, right, like I think Tekking had a video of like King Shanks. I didn't watch it, but you know, there is it's not crazy to think that maybe Shanks is also, if he's a celestial dragon, then maybe like he could have like a kingdom that we don't know, like some kind of claim to something, similar how the Don Quixote family had something, right? Not saying that he is that king, but he might have that tie. But when I read this Gorosei line, I was kind of assuming that like this was implying that he doesn't have anything to do with like the kings and the celestial dragons. That's the way I was kind of understanding that. What is your take on this line?
So what was the line exactly?
So the Gorosei, I'll read out this entire panel. So Shanks shows up in like the cloak and he's just like, what do you want? Why would you come all this way? And then another one says, the one with like Whitebeard's mustache, he goes, this is the reverie. Given your standing, you should have nothing to do with politics. And then the one that looks like people thought that was like Sanji's dad or whatever said, we only arranged this time on your request. So what do you take by this? Like, does that still fit that he's a celestial dragon, or how would you interpret this?
Yeah, that's a fair question. I feel like when we first saw him in Marine 4, we saw Sengoku, and he said, only because it's you, Shanks. I feel like that always implied something in my mind, that there's something there that we don't know about Shanks that allows him to do these types of things. So I see what you're saying, because it's like, if Shanks is not meant to be in politics, could it be that he was maybe a celestial dragon that was, I don't know, not like a secret agent or something, but like it feels like he's playing both sides to me. And I don't know if he believes that what they're doing is necessarily wrong, because if you look at the Gorosei, they even make it seem like now with the Great Cleansing, they're thinking, you know, we try to be the good guys for now, and now, you know, now it's getting too crazy out here. Now we're gonna be the villains. So maybe Shanks didn't really think that, okay, they're necessarily evil.
Okay.
Because if you look at the Gorosei, they like to negotiate. They like to. It seems like they want to keep things in a safe matter. Even though it's corrupted, even though there's a lot behind the scenes, I feel like Shanks maybe can see that they're not so evil in a sense. Like, if even with the heart, like we saw, one of the Gordoseis was feeling some kind of remorse or some kind of judgment about what they did. We saw the panel where he's putting his hand on his face. So I don't know, like if they're talking like this, I feel like there's some relationship, and there's something between that where maybe he could have been thinking, you know, they have a better plan in mind, but it's just not going the same way. And just like they want balance, Shanks is a character who likes to keep balance too. So, you know, yeah, I see what you're saying, but I don't know. I still think that the best chance that we have is Shanks being a celestial dragon.
Okay. So now here's again, this is the thing with Shanks, right? It can go either way, right? Like I think celestial dragon, there is a significant portion that makes sense for him to be that way. And so at the end of my video, I bring up Garp. So Garp seems to hate Shanks. We don't know why. And one line that he did say at what's it called, Water 7, when he meets with Luffy, he goes like, do you even know what kind of pirate Shanks is? And it's very interesting because Garp doesn't seem to hate a lot of people, but he hates Shanks. Now on my end, the way I explained it was that he says that Shanks is the reason why Luffy became a pirate, but we know very clearly that Luffy would have became a pirate anyways. Chapter 1 said that was his response to Garp. Shanks did inspire him, that's for sure. It's not that he wasn't his role model, but Luffy clearly wanted to, you know, go become a pirate of some sort. And, you know, I feel the way it was that Shanks just became the inspiration rather than the fuel for him to become. Does that make sense? Right? I think.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. And so the way I was taking it was that Garp might know the evil stuff that Shanks does do. And we know that Garp has like a soft spot for kids. That's something that Roger was saying when he talked to Garp, that Roger was just like, I know you, and I know you'll take care of my unborn child. And like Garp kind of was just like, fuck, like I guess I gotta go with it. You know what I mean? It was just like, it was like something Roger knew of Garp that made it make sense for him to take care of kids. And so if he had a soft spot for kids, and I'm saying that Shanks is trafficking kids, that's a very, like, it would make sense why Garp would be hesitant, like, oh god, like Luffy interacted with him of all people. But then it's like, why wouldn't Garp, if Garp had that kind of feeling, why wouldn't he go after Shanks harder? He's always been going after Roger and all these different things, and if he really dislikes Shanks, why wouldn't he ever do something about it? It was kind of interesting when I was just like, if he can't do something about it, it could be that he's super valuable to the Celestial Dragons, which is what I'm saying, or it's the other side, that he is a Celestial Dragon, which is interesting, right? Because I said that Garp doesn't hate many people, but we do know that he hates the Celestial Dragons, right? So if that could be another reason why he hates Shanks, because he hates Celestial Dragons, and Shanks might be a Celestial Dragon. That could be what he's alluding to. So I could definitely see it going both ways. Now, so I guess like one of the biggest pushbacks, right, in that video was people don't want Shanks to be evil. What's your perspective on Shanks being evil?
Yeah, so I don't believe that Shanks is evil.
Okay.
I know it's been a big theory for a while. But I just feel like the fact that he influenced Luffy so much, I feel, because I see what people are saying, where it's like there's so many little mysterious hints, and what you said is true too. Like, we don't really know anything about Shanks, so people are gonna have to take it in the extreme side no matter what. They're gonna take it, oh, he's evil, or he's gonna be a hero at the end of the day. And there's no real way that you can see just off what Oda's showing us. Oda likes to subvert things. And of course, if he's with the Gorosei, you're gonna say, okay, it's a possibility that he's evil. But to me, it's like we don't have enough information.
Yeah.
But I don't think he's evil, just for the fact that, as far as like Luffy's influence, I don't know if Oda's gonna go in the way of making Shanks full on evil. Mm-hmm. Maybe he'll be definitely an antagonist in the near future. Even I don't see it. Like, so all the things that we've seen. Like, if you look at Blackbeard is, in my opinion, one of the most evil characters, and especially the more that this continues, he's going to become possibly the most evil character and the final villain for Luffy. And I feel like with Shanks and Blackbeard being against each other, I feel like that's going to be a situation where Shanks, is it going to be where they're both evil? Like, that, to me, that doesn't make sense. I feel like now Shanks is a good person at heart. Maybe he does some things wrong. He's a pirate. You know, they still, like, even Luffy says he doesn't want to be a hero. And maybe he learned some of those ideologies from Shanks, but I feel like, so that's where I feel like Blackbeard and Shanks is a good opposition to it, where you can see Blackbeard's evil and then Shanks is not evil. But yeah,
got you. So then here's an interesting point. I just want to let chat know, I see the super chats. I'll be getting to them a little bit closer to 4. And then we'll get Preach and I will like address them, and then we'll look at some of the chat, and then we'll get back on topic. So we're gonna be here for a long time, from my understanding, because I could talk about this forever, and so can Preach. So you brought up an interesting thing with him opposing Blackbeard, right? We know Blackbeard gave him the scar. We know that the one time Shanks mobilized in some form was because Blackbeard was moving, right? So now that we see 1055, okay, I mean, your interpretation of Shanks, I mean, we're not going to get into power scaling. I'm not much of a power scaler, but was it always your impression that Shanks was going to be like #1 in terms of like hockey, in terms of strength, being this dominant, like the way we saw him in 1055, where he had an admiral shaking from miles away, right? That's top tier portrayal, in my opinion. Did you always expect that?
Yeah, I always thought he would be top 3. I always feel like Blackbeard is #1.
Okay.
But yeah, definitely top 3.
So here's the thing that I want to ask you. if Shanks showed up the way he did, where Ryokugu and he was this admiral, separate from, you know, whether you thought he was gonna admiral agenda, Yonko agenda, or whatever, he's still an admiral, right? At the end of the day, he's still an admiral. Did you expect him to be able to make him shake like that?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know, man. Like, I feel like I always view the Yonkos above the admirals.
Okay.
You know.
Yeah.
I know there's been a lot of debate about it, but I don't know. Like when I seen Kaido go up against everybody, I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if an admiral could do this. I don't know if Green Bull could fight everybody in Wano. But I don't know. That's just me.
So I've always been on the side that the Yonkos are greater, but it's not the differential is not so big. Like an admiral would be able to box with a Yonko. Whether it's defeating them, that's a different story. That now, in terms of winning, in terms of defeating, clearly One Piece is a story where it's driven by narrative rather than the power scaling part, right? So, you know, the main characters are going to win. How are they going to win? That's what we're waiting for. That's a surprise inside, right? That being said, Green Bull, whether he's the weakest admiral, whether he's weak, still an admiral, Shanks, this portrayal puts a gap in terms of at least the top of the Yonko to, you know, the newest admiral, right? We can at least say that in some light, Aramaki is technically the newest admiral with Fujitora. So and in that line, Shanks is from the golden age of pirates. He's on the Rogers Pirates. So like there's definitely a build up. He's the last Yonko. So he's portrayed to be this like the top tier Yonko. Whereas Green Bull isn't necessarily portrayed that way, since he's like, he holds Sakazuki Akainu above him in some form or fashion, right? Whether that's power, whether that's authority, we don't know. I'm assuming that Akainu is still above the other Yonko, right? He's fleet admiral. That being said, when we're looking at Shanks...
Hold on. So you think Akainu is like above everybody?
I don't know.
Even
above
over like Shanks and Blackbeard and...
I don't know about that. I don't know about how... like in my opinion, Shanks and Dragon are probably super strong. Akainu's we saw him fight. The way I'm kind of looking at it is Kizaru might be this crazy, like he didn't I don't think he had the aspirations to become fleet admiral, but the way I also see it is like Oda, he saves people when we can't understand their powers, and he saves them for the end of the story, right? So now for example, if we saw what Shanks did in 1055 at Marineford, none of us would understand at all, right? Because Haki was invisible, like Conquerors wasn't like that. So if we got like Shanks was like miles away and then Akainu got zapped, none of us would comprehend that. And that's the thing I've always been saying, that these powers are hidden to us because they're so above our understanding of One Piece that they would just confuse us so much. I guarantee you there would be no way for us to sit here and explain Shanks in 1055 if we saw it in chapter 580 when he showed up in Marineford, right? And so by that same token, I feel like Kizaru is the admiral that we didn't really get to see much from. Yeah, we got the Sabo thing, but he was just no diffing people. He was just like, you know, nobody at that point could touch him besides Rayleigh. So that wasn't really a portrayal. And then at Marineford, all of his stuff was either off screen or he had to pause. And whereas Aokiji, we saw him in action. We also saw Kainu in action. Then they had a Kainu and a Aokiji fight to show that they're relative. But Kizaru is one of the original admirals amongst the current admirals that we still don't see his power. And I feel like Kizaru and Akainu might be the two admirals that like give us the most resistance when it comes to Shanks, and Blackbeard and Luffy. I think at the minimum, at least them, I think are going to be relative. I don't know. The thing is, my interpretation right now, and this might be a hot take, I'm going to get a video on this, is that I actually think Luffy is nowhere near Shanks at the moment. What do you think about that?
No, I do. Yeah, I can see that. I feel like if Shanks is like a 10 on the hockey scale, I feel like Luffy's like a 7 right now.
So I'm gonna put this into a video, but there was a really key line in 1055 that immediately shocked me. I didn't say it in my live reaction because I wanted to save it for a video, but you know, I always drop exclusives on my stream to future videos. So hopefully Shueisha doesn't murder me for this, but let's see right here. Shanks goes in 1055, I won't call you Marines cowardly or underhanded for this, but wouldn't you agree it's bad for him to go after these worn out saplings when they're exhausted from making pirate history? Does the new age frighten you that much? So does that remind you of anything? And does anything stand out about that?
So I see what you're saying, like, because he is basically trash talking the entire, like, Luffy's crew and everybody saying they're young, they're saplings.
Yeah, he called them saplings.
I don't know. I see where you're going with it. I feel like, bro, because Shanks is he's going to be a cocky character. He's going to be powerful, and I see where you're going with it, but he's going to be a trash talker at the end of the day.
So the line that I want to bring up is the let me try to remember. I think it was chapter 510. Let's see if I'm right. No, I'm not right. It's 512 probably. No, 511. Okay, cool. I got it. So on Sabo Odi, when Rayleigh, oh, I should put my red filter up actually now that I think about it. Let's see. All right, cool. So sapling to me sounds like a progress report. It kind of, you know, like you said, every time we see Shanks, it's at the end of a major arc, and we kind of get a progress report. It's kind of like Shanks, like, oh, he's making it, right? After Luffy took on Arlong, and then made it to Logtown, Mihawk went to Shanks and it's like, hey, is this your dude? 30 billion or 30 million? 30 million or whatever, right? It was 30 million, right?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, 30 million. And Shanks is like, hey, he started, you know? And then later, as Luffy acquires bounties, Shanks is like, hey, there's another step, right? And then, you know, Marineford was a huge checkpoint for Luffy. And so Shanks essentially helped Luffy. It's like, you know, it's not your time. It's not our time to meet, right? That's breaking our promise. But now we get the situation where his crew's like, yo, he's a great pirate now. And then Shanks is like, you know, that's true, right? But they're still saplings. And the situation is Shanks interrupted an admiral who is trying to impede Luffy's, like, you know, rest period, post-win, all that kind of stuff. And the callback is on Sabo Odi in chapter 511 when Rayleigh stopped Kizaru. So Rayleigh, Roger's pirate, Shanks, Roger's pirate, stops an admiral, Kizaru, Aramaki. And then we get this line. Kizaru goes, is it really the right time for you to come out of hiding, Dark King Rayleigh? And so, like, that's when Green Bull goes, like, red-haired pirates, why are you guys here? And then Rayleigh goes, don't pick the buds before they sprout. Their era is only just the beginning. And it's really cool because Rayleigh's progress report on Sabo Odi is that they're not saplings yet. They haven't even sprouted. That's how weak they were. And that's true. They didn't know hockey. They didn't know anything. So them, I think this might be the progress report. They start as buds. Then by the time they're 1054 to Shanks, they're still saplings. And the parallel is just like we're talking about the same thing, right? Kizaru's disbelief that Rayleigh's here, Green Bull's disbelief that red-haired Shanks is there, right? Dark King Rayleigh, the line, then don't pick the buds before they sprout. Rayleigh's like, yo, why are you messing with the saplings? Are you that afraid of the era? And then Rayleigh's like, their era hasn't even started yet. Let's wait. And so now because of that, it feels like Shanks is waiting for him to bloom, fully bloom. And that's why I have the feeling that even though we saw Luffy take down Kaido, there might be a world where Shanks is still leagues above Luffy, and the powers that we see, like we don't understand it. Like I think the other understanding, right, is that whenever we see a great power, right, the one that Shanks, like he essentially sniped him with lightning, that's something Luffy is going to probably be able to do, right, by the end of the series, you think? And anything that Shanks can pull out, Luffy is probably going to be able to do it, right? Is that what your understanding is?
Okay, yeah. So a few things here. First of all, on that question, so if maybe Luffy could do that specifically, but I feel like Shanks is gonna have some kind of hockey technique that no one can do, like not even Luffy could do.
Okay.
Because Shanks, he doesn't have a devil fruit for what we know, so I feel like he needs something to separate him from devil fruit users. Have something that maybe Roger could do and no one else could do. Something that's just gonna separate him completely. That's really rare, like so rare to the point where even if Luffy wanted to learn it, he doesn't have the time right now.
Okay.
And then you also brought up a few things about the saplings and everything. When I first read it, I was thinking, oh, Shanks is just trash talking Green Bull specifically because it's connected with plants. So I thought it was something like a play on words there.
Okay.
But now that you're bringing it up, yeah, I do see the parallel to Rayleigh. And then the other thing too is, like, we saw Blackbeard when he first saw Luffy's bounty, and he said, "You're not ready yet."
Yeah.
When they call him the fifth Yonko, so that's another, like how you said, like they're looking at Luffy and they're saying, "You're not ready yet." It'll be interesting to see what Blackbeard thinks now compared to what Shanks is saying about him just being a sapling. But yeah, those are some good points. Yeah.
So so the very beginning part that we were talking about was Shanks shook an admiral. Do you think? And so this is where a lot of people are confused, because you already said you think Blackbeard is going to be top one, right? Like, yeah. So Shanks shows up with that Conquerors thing. Is Blackbeard equal to Shanks? Is relative to Shanks? Could Blackbeard make an admiral shake like that? Like, it's so hard to wrap my head around, because we saw Blackbeard at Marineford the way he was, and we saw pre-time skip Blackbeard more than we saw pre-time skip Shanks, right? I think it's hard to put that in our heads, right? Like, because the way it's weird, because we know Blackbeard injured Shanks, and Shanks said, "Yo, my guard wasn't down. Like, Blackbeard actually hurt me," right? Yeah. But like the pre-time skip, Blackbeard didn't feel like we saw him fight Shanks. I mean, not Shanks, Ace, right? And from my understanding, I feel like Shanks would roll up and just no diff Ace, right? Like, isn't that the feeling? Like, Ace would have no problem, but then Blackbeard kind of had to, like, box with Ace. It wasn't like. It wasn't so one-sided. So it's hard to see that. But I also feel like that's the way the story should be, where Blackbeard shouldn't be shaken by that lightning, right? It's kind of scary to think about. What are your I don't know. Like, what do you think about that? Do you think Shanks and Blackbeard are going to be relative in that way?
Yeah, so with Blackbeard, it's a tough one, because he has devil fruits. We don't know about his hockey, and like on Shanks' side, it's the opposite. So like we don't really know if Shanks, he doesn't have a devil fruit. So now it's all relying on the hockey side of it. And I feel like, because of what Kaido said, I feel like people now are undervaluing the abilities of a devil fruit, because you see Kaido come in here and say, hockey reigns supreme. It's the ultimate ability. And now I feel like, because when we look at Kaido, he has the durability. He has even a lot of his offensive abilities. Yeah, he uses hockey with his top tier ones, but it's still with his devil fruit. Like, to me, Kaido has the best devil fruit. And I feel like now people are discounting devil fruit abilities just because of what Kaido said. And when it comes to hockey, I feel like you could train it more. You can develop more as a fighter, and as long as you have a competition there, you can become stronger. Like, I feel like that's why Kaido wanted to fight someone like Luffy for so long, because fighting these top tier guys, in the process of the fight, you get stronger. Like, I feel like Kaido now is stronger than he was before that fight, and we know Luffy is stronger already, and that's the difference with hockey. But I feel like with the devil fruit ability, I feel like, even though he said that, I don't think you should discount the two of the best devil fruits that we've seen with Blackbeard.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think like, it's weird, right? Because Kaido said that, but Kaido's dialogue wise, Kaido's a little bit of a fraud when it comes to like.
Yeah. Kaido's a fraud, man. Like Kaido was getting drunk as hell and saying that he's getting stronger. Like come on now.
I mean, the chat's gonna take that the wrong way. I'm not saying Kaido is fraudulent. Like,
no, yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah,
in the same light where Aramaki, it's a little sensitive point. If you're on the Admiral agenda, don't take this serious, like too personally. But Green Bull showed up and said, "Bring everybody. I'll kill them all. I'll kill thousands." That's the way he came in. And so because of the way he's going out, that's more of a fraudulent situation. If you're a person at that level, when you say something, you do it, right? And Kaido wasn't on that level in terms of physicality. He wasn't that. Bro was lifting islands. Bro was about to murder everybody. He was very close to it, right? Now, the way his dialogue ran, it just, to me, it felt like low-key like he had some kind of like copium, like almost like he's lived a certain life and he's just jaded and he's just warped, right? Like that's the way I see it. Because like he has a devil fruit and he's losing, he saw Roger take it over and we don't know Rox's situation, so his copium is just like, oh man, he just has better like I don't know why he's saying that shit, you know what I mean? In low-key, like that's the way it feels like.
Yeah, I think one thing for that too is that Roger probably had the best hockey for sure, but I feel like under that it's going to be Rox, because if you look at Rox, he was surrounded by all these top tier guys. He was surrounding himself with conquerors, people that were just always fighting, and I feel like that is a part of it. Like, I feel like fighting is the main thing that makes your makes just your overall hockey just surpass its limits even more and more. But I don't know. Yeah, what do you think about Shanks? You think he's number one?
I have right now, because of my elemental hockey theory, I have Dragon and Shanks as like the top tiers, because if
fair enough,
elemental hockey exists, I think Dragon is the peak master, whereas Shanks is going to be the peak master of like Conquers and like Observation, whereas Dragon, my elemental hockey theory is going the way of Conquers and Armament. That's the way I'm kind of understanding it at the moment. So they would be like two sides of like the same power coin. But that being said, like the elemental hockey thing is a theory. We have less foundation for it, though components of it keep getting, confirmed, and progressively more and more details get added that support it. Still a theory. So at the moment, I do have Shanks as like the top person. That's the way I see it. But Blackbeard is a wild card, right? And to your point about devil fruits being discounted, I forget what chapter it was. It was probably chapter 909, where Marco says once Blackbeard got this Whitebeard's fruit, there was no chance. The entire Whitebeard fleet had no chance of stopping Blackbeard. That's how powerful of a devil fruit that was. So that, and we're only talking about Whitebeard's fruit. We're not even talking about Blackbeard's fruit, but Blackbeard's fruit on its own is incredibly powerful. And so here's another question. So after this part, then we'll get into the super chats, guys, and then we'll talk more about, I mean, I'm sure some of the super chats will guide us into more conversations. But with Blackbeard's devil fruit, do you think, I know there's a bunch of theories floating around. I think Threevil has like the octopus theory. Then there's a few people with the Davy Jones theory. I like that one, but I addressed that in my shadows thing. There's also the idea with like, if Luffy's a mythical zone, he might be a mythical zone. I personally like that one a lot more, him being like an opposing god fruit. But it doesn't have to be that. So what do you think? Do you have any theories, ideas behind Blackbeard's fruits? If there's something beyond it, if there's more powers behind it, what do you think?
Yeah, so I made a video about 2 months ago, I think, and it was about Blackbeard, that he could be a snake, a mythical zone. And so the idea behind it was, at first I started looking into sun gods, and then when we got the sun god Nika and everything, so I was looking into sun god Ra of Egyptian mythology, and he's like a god of creation. So I was thinking that Luffy, they say that he's only limited by his creativity, So it's like he's kind of like a god of creation as well. There's a lot of different parallels between that and Luffy. So then someone came to me and said, okay, so you put that together. Now on the opposite side, I think the biggest enemy of Sun God Ra was Apophis, which is a Egyptian snake. It's like a giant snake.
Yeah, I've heard that.
And it also has connections to darkness, earthquakes. So then I was like, okay, now there's something here. Yeah, it's a good video actually. It's probably one of my favorite videos I made. And the idea behind
what's the title of it? What's the title of it?
It was here. Let me see what it is.
Here, I'll link it in the chat for people to find it.
It was if this is why Blackbeard never sleeps. It was in our face the entire time.
Gotcha. Oh, I actually think I watched. Oh yeah. We talked about the thumbnail on this one. I remember now. I don't think I watched it, but I remember it. All right, continue. Sorry.
But yeah, so that's my theory. Now is he gonna have a third devil? I think it's possible. It's definitely likely because if you look at it, if there's two, he already broke the rules. Like why would you limit him to only two now? Even if you want to say there's gonna be a limit at 3, we don't know the limits now for Blackbeard. There's no limits at this point. He's already broken all the rules, and you can do whatever you want with him as a character. We need an explanation still for it, but as it is now, I wouldn't be surprised if Oda does give him another devil fruit.
Yeah. Honestly, so the theory, the 3 devil fruits, I like the theory. I had an alternative idea to it, and I'll get into that in a second. But the number 3s, I have an interesting take on that, but I don't know. I don't want to leak it too much right now. But so we'll focus more on the possibility that he might just stop at 2. I don't know. Have you checked out my shadows theory?
Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, Jason brought up shadow theory comes into play. So with the shadows theory, at the end of the day, when I was thinking about the shadows theory, it technically doesn't limit him to just 2 devil fruits, but at the basis that gives an understanding that if he ate 1 devil fruit and a shadow ate another devil fruit, because shadows have its own soul, its own will, it's described as like the most sentient thing in the story that's not a person in a lot of ways. So to the point where you take someone's shadow and you can reanimate, or you can animate a corpse. That's how sentient this thing is. So why, if we see a gun eating a devil fruit, why can't a shadow eat a devil fruit, right? And so in that line of logic, like you said, in a lot of stories, unless something is hard set on 2 or something, you kind of have to think all right, if we're breaking the rules for 1, sometimes you have to think maybe there's more, right? Like we saw that with Moria. Moria's just like, I'm gonna absorb more shadows, and then he was like 100 shadows. I think at the Asgard form was like 1,000 shadows or something like that. Luffy was 100 shadows, and Moria's just like, I'm gonna one up you. I'm the shadow person, so I'm gonna do 1,000. Or I think it was 1,000. And so if Moria and Luffy can take in more than 1 shadow, why can't Blackbeard take in more shadows? And then by proxy, then he would have the ability to have more devil fruits. And so I never included, that was supposed to be an extension idea, because a lot of people were limiting this idea. And my theories always go to the upper limits. And then the real parts of the theories are probably like 5% of it. And the rest of it's like, maybe if Oda does it, that's cool. But it's just fun to think about. But yeah, we had, again, Moria, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, 1,000 shadows, Luffy had 100 shadows. So if we put 100 shadows in Blackbeard and he feeds all those shadows devil fruits, bro could be a menace, right? He's hunting devil fruits, but I think his crew is there's only so many fruits that he can give his crew. I imagine if he has more devil fruits, why can't he just give them to himself if he has the powers over shadows? So, there's so much to do with Blackbeard, and I think chapter 1055 opens the doors of the possibilities, right? We're understanding now Hockey has more limits that we don't know, so I think devil fruits are going to be the same way.
Yeah, and you brought up a good, I remember I was watching the video, the Shanks, what is it? What was your video called? The last video you just posted?
Oh, Godfather. Oh, it's titled "The Greatest Shanks Theory Ever." A few of my viewers wanted, but the thumbnail says Godfather.
But yeah, you brought up a great point though, because it never crossed my mind. How did Doflamingo get that devil fruit, the ace fruit?
Yeah.
I don't know why I never thought of that, but it was a good point. There's a lot of details that you brought up that I was like, that just completely didn't even cross my mind. Like I really like the kid and Shank's connection that you brought up too, where like kid, what if all his crewmates are all former slaves or somehow connected with that? That was one of my favorite points, and that's like at the end of the video too. And yeah, there was a lot of interesting stuff in that video.
Thank you. I think that kid part. Oh, what were you saying? Sorry.
I was just gonna say real quick, and with the kid thing, I just remember like, for me, it's like kid is gonna be in the next arc no matter what, because we got everything with Law. We even see him now with the pony clip. Maybe he comes in the next arc or in the final saga again. But I feel like now his story for this section of the story is done, and I feel like we're gonna get more of Kid and maybe even like a flashback in the next arc.
Yeah, that's what I was. I think among the content creators, the kid part is the favorite part because, kid. I mean, regardless of what side you are on the kid hate or love or whatever, we have to agree that he has been. No, where
he's lacking. He's lacking as a character so far.
Yeah, and the thing is, Oda has been presenting Kid, not Law, Kid more as Luffy's like dichotomy. Like in a lot of ways, when we got to Sabo, the one supernova who had a higher bounty was Kid, and Kid was supposed to be the evil pirate who got that through actually being a monster, whereas Luffy, we saw his story, he's not a monster, but he had a high bounty, and Kid was supposed to be that real pirate who's beating Luffy in the story. And then even we go into Udon, the rivalry through and through, and then we have the story of Kid opposing Shanks, Luffy's idol, right? So it doesn't make sense to me for Luffy or Kid to be disconnected from the rest of the story, like you're saying. And it's either soon or it's going to be a big part of the next saga, in my opinion. Because if Law was the first part of the time skip and we were talking about the monster captains, we have to get Kid's story. And I think a lot of the sentiment that people have when it comes to these theories, you probably get these comments a lot when we start saying like these crazier things happening for these various characters. A lot of the response is like, yo, One Piece is going for another 30 years. If Oda is saying it's 3 years or 5 years, there's no way your theory is going to be right because we don't have time for it. I'm sure you got in some comments like that.
Yeah, and we definitely get those.
And so I'm sure you're also on this line of thinking. You see that in your videos where you're, whether it's intentional or not, where I think the theories I start to like more now are the theories where it's connecting the missing players together, because by doing that combines what's left for the story, so we don't have to devote so much to the rest of the story. So if we tie Kids to Shanks, and we know we're going to talk about Shanks in the next part, and we know we're going to talk about Kids in the next part, then it would make a lot of sense to tie their backstories together too. Yeah. And
it's exactly like with the Dragon and Shanks. That was also part of my my thinking too, because it's like we're going to get in the final saga, all these characters are coming together: Blackbeard, Shanks, and I feel like Shanks and Dragon could be another one too. But what you're saying is true, because I see a lot of theories now. It is tying two pieces that we're going to be into the final saga, into a certain point in the next arc. Like Wizard of Wars on my channel, he made a theory where or Kuma was gonna blast Vivi off to Wano, where she's gonna disappear, right? And she did disappear. And then I told him, nah, man, you got to look at it. She's probably going to go to Elbaf. Like, if that's going to happen, it's going to be in Elbaf, because that's where we're going next or soon or wherever. So you got to look at it more in the context of what's happening in the next arcs now, because Wano is coming to an end. We don't have time for Vivi to come into Wano. At least I don't think so.
Yeah,
so you got to always look at it into the next arc, I feel like.
That's a good point. So we'll put a pin in this for now. So the next arcs, The question that I want to ask, and we'll start after I read the super chats, because the super chats are mostly related to the Dragon, Shanks, Sabo stuff, but I do want to talk about the VV 1055, Wano, like what's happening. So let me just read out some of the super chats and some of the chats. If you're scrolling through the chats, Preach, and you see something, feel free to bring it up. Okay. So Chin, gotta go, 4 a.m. here, sleeping, have fun. Yo, thanks for stopping by, Chin. So that being said, I'm gonna read some of the super chats and we'll get to them. So we have Michael Mouton. Hopefully I pronounced that right. Thank you for the super chat. He said, "Yo, Par, ever thought of what Odin's story means for Sabo? In episode 1015, Luffy equals Roger, Ace equals Whitebeard, Odin equals Sabo. Look at the mirror bandage placement in the manga." So that is a great. I actually really love that idea. Not the idea, like that, bringing up that parallel with Odin and Sabo. I think you have a few videos on Sabo, so do you have a perspective on that, how Sabo relates to Odin or how it might fit in the story?
No, I never thought about Odin and Sabo being connected. But so what would the idea behind that be?
In my head, and I haven't made a video on this. I've been leaving Sabo in the, not out of my theories, but you know, I saw your theories and we're gonna talk about that in a little bit. It's interesting to see with Sabo. I just had a feeling, like I was on the board that, you know, he didn't die. I definitely didn't get off screened. He would be framed for something, you know, all of that stuff. And then we got the in 1053, before the break, when we saw that picture, a lot of people thought he's dead or whatever. And I was just like, you were on the board, Sai was on the board. It was all that, like, this is not related to that. This is something else. And then we see that in 1054 that he's like being paraded as a god, a sun god, that kind of thing. So if we take that notion that Sabo is being claimed as a hero, we see that same thing with Odin. The word's not, I can't pronounce this correctly, but after his death, what did they do on Wano with Odin? Odin is considered a god. He's being equated to, buried in the same manner as Ryuma, the god of the sword. And he's being treated in the same light. Yes, they didn't give him the epithet of a god, but in that panel, they were equating his impact to a similar level as Ryuma. And by that notion, we have this same idea with Sabo. Sabo is being represented as a god right now for these people that he's fighting for. And I think that might be the parallel where Odin died essentially to further the plot, to further the revolution. Before he attacked, was executed, he already knew he was going to die. He was just like, yo, give Momo and Hiyori my swords. It's wraps for me. I'm gonna die. He survived the oil thing, and he just like, he was already resolved to die, and he threw the scabbards away for them to take on, to carry the history, right? And maybe that's what we see as Sabo, whether he's a god now, so maybe the plot line switches, but Sabo is the protector for all of these nations like Odin was for Wano. So maybe there's a way where Sabo ends up being a martyr to further the plot. I know there's a lot of do you think there's a world where Sabo dies?
No, I don't think Sabo.
Okay, all right. So I don't have like a strong feeling one way or the other in terms of Sabo, but whenever someone brings up Sabo dying to me, it's always the cover stories. There's a few cover stories where they have Sabo, Ace. There's one with Sabo, Ace, Marco. I think there's one other character there. So Ace being the person who's dead, and the big thing is that on Shanks's pants in that cover story is a giant skull. Like, it's huge. Like, the entire pant is a skull. I think if I can remember what panel it was, I think it's 847 maybe. No, I feel like there was a 7 in it. 817. No, 867 maybe. No, I don't remember it. If someone remembers what panel that was, someone brought it up in the Shanks Summit, and I forgot to like bookmark it. But it's a very interesting thing. So people, yeah, I'm gonna throw up a poll. What do you guys think about Sabo dying? And then we'll get into the super chats. Oh, that's not what I meant to do.
And I will say, if Sabo does die, that's gonna piss off everyone in the world. That could really start like, that could really push the war to just go crazy in the final war. If that happened, I don't think it's gonna happen, but it could be a reason to make everybody start joining together, fight against the celestial dragon, and really start this revolution going crazy.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, I think one of the pushbacks on my Shanks video was that it's too dark. Oda wouldn't do that much to Luffy, and I'm like, yo, what are we like? Hold on, like, we're talking slave trade is a thing in One Piece. Like, that's hella dark. Like, Saint Charlos walked up to Sabaody, was like, I'm gonna marry you, kills her fiance in her face, and then he dies and everyone's just there. That's some dark shit. And then he goes in, he's like, I'm gonna buy this mermaid, and then Saint Roswald is like, yo, I'm gonna gut and like murder all of these slaves. Like, there's darkness in One Piece for sure. And if we look at Momo's story, Oda does not discriminate in terms of giving kids trauma. Momo's backstory is traumatic as fuck. We were all like, yo, Momo's a coward, Momo's this. Yo, Momo is the toughest. Like, 1055, if that doesn't speak volumes to his character development, I don't know what to tell you, because Momo went through some shit. He went through the most shit in the story. And if that's the progression, if we're just giving bullshit to the main characters, yo, we're gonna add Luffy's gonna go through it. Like, everybody's gonna go through it 100%. That's the way I feel in terms of that. So yeah, let me read another super chat. So a lot of people are saying no in terms of Sabo dying.
Yeah, and I did see someone, there was a super chat in there. It was the dude who helped me out with the Blackbeard theory. You can go check him out on Discord, and yeah.
All right. Well, do you remember the name?
Yeah, Mr. Bushido.
Oh, okay, nice. I'm gonna talk about his.
I think his Discord is different, but yeah, you can check him out.
Nah, he's Mr. Bushido on Discord. Yeah. He's in my server. He's pretty active. Whenever I get a chance to interact, I always try to respond. So he puts out this next super chat. Hawkeye must be the god of hockey to dismiss Shanks back then. How did he know the government would fire the warlords before it happened? That's I think oh, Mr. Bushido, did you talk about it in the Discord today, actually? Or is that somebody else? But if Shanks is this level that we saw in 1055, and you think Shanks is at least top 3, I think Shanks is top 1. Where does that put Mihawk in your eyes?
Yeah, I don't see. For me, I don't see Mihawk near those 3.
Okay. Is he relative? He can't beat them.
He's in there somewhere in like the top 10, maybe near 5. I just,
okay.
For me, it's like the way there's 2 ways that I see it is like Shanks is tied to Luffy more, and Zoro is more tied to Mihawk. And Zoro, if we look at Zoro right now, he is still significantly behind Luffy right now. It could change maybe in the future. I don't see it happening, but as far as what happened in Wano, like, Luffy has surpassed Zoro by far. And if you're gonna compare Luffy to Shanks, I feel like that puts Shanks over Mihawk.
Okay.
Another reason why I think that Mihawk is not as strong as people think is just because, I was disappointed in Marineford. Like, when Mihawk's in there, he's not going all out. And every time that we've seen Shanks, right now we see him, and it's not even him going all out, but we see that he has insane power. When we saw Mihawk, yeah, he had insane power, but at the same time, he was measuring himself to Whitebeard, who was an old Yonko. And like, I feel like at that point, if you're saying, oh, was Mihawk weaker than Whitebeard at that point? I don't know. Like, that's where I get confused about, like, why people think Mihawk is so much stronger than all these other characters.
Well, in that notion, I think that's why Marineford, and we mentioned it earlier in the stream, it's so pre-time skip is hard to make relative now. I think I talked about it in the Discord where it's like, the way, especially shonen anime, it's like everything's an escalation. But to make the story interesting, you know, Oda had to introduce one of these big characters at the beginning. Now, he gave Whitebeard being old and sick as a way to filter that understanding that, yo, he is a top character, but he has these nerfs that like are holding him back. And we can use that in pre-time skip to frame his power and understand that he could box with Big Mom and Kaido. I think a lot of people have him relative to them, Prime Whitebeard at least, or above them, right? I think a lot of people say Prime Whitebeard is above Kaido, and I don't think that's a controversial take. But that being said, the old and sick part, we can't equate that to the rest of the Whitebeard pirates. So that's why a lot of people are like, yo, Marco's fodder, all this stuff, and like it's hard to scale him because he and the entire Whitebeard crew lost to Blackbeard, and whether people have Blackbeard high or low, it's hard to scale when we don't know Blackbeard at all. And in that line of thought, I think Mihawk is okay. Finish your thing, but just adding on. What do you think Mihawk versus Green Bull? How does that go?
No, yeah, I think Mihawk is stronger than Green Bull.
Okay.
But the thing is, for me, is like I'm a Mihawk fan. Like I'm more of a Mihawk fan than Shanks. So I'm not even close to biased right now. So, but I'm just saying, like, when you look at Shanks, he's saying he's going after the One Piece. We can see that he has some kind of ambition in a sense of Mihawk. I feel like just wants to fight swordsmen. He wants to, you know, fight those certain people, and he's just laying back, chilling. Shanks, I feel like, is way more ambitious. He has to be stronger if he's going to be competing with the top tier guys for the One Piece in the final war. That's just me.
So,
you know,
yeah, no, and this is why whenever a lot of people think Mihawk is a fraud. A lot of people bring Mihawk down, and by doing that, they bring Shanks down. They say Shanks is a fraud, so Mihawk is a fraud, right? Or they don't say Mihawk is a fraud, but they say Shanks isn't that guy. And 1055 might have shaken that idea. I hope. I'm gonna be on like a bunch of TikTok lives because I think the most place where I saw Shanks is fraudulent is on TikTok, and I want to see those reactions after 1055. But that being said, with Mihawk, do you think Mihawk? I think this solves a lot of the things. Mihawk being a sword. What is your opinion on Mihawk?
Yeah. No, that was a great video. I don't know. It's a little crazy. It's a little out there. It is interesting, especially when you think about like Mihawk. He doesn't show emotions. He doesn't like. He's very strict. Like he's very. You could tell like even with Zoro, we see him laughing. We see him having fun in the celebration. Like Mihawk was at that party with Shanks, just like straight faced.
Yeah.
So I mean, it does make sense when you really think about it.
It's funny because like it's crazy, but a lot of creators too, Hidden Island for example, his first reaction was like, this isn't that crazy, because we see in like a lot of Japanese fiction, like Legend of Zelda, the Master Sword is a person personified. Like
even like Bleach too, like when you see, have you seen Bleach?
Yeah, exactly.
I was just reading through Bleach, and I'm seeing when you first see Ichigo's sword.
Right, exactly. So it even amongst like so Hidden Island brought up Zelda because he said in one of the ones where like Usopp was a gamer or whatever, there was like the gaming cover story. I think Oda drew Zoro as Link in that one, or Zelda, whatever the proper name is, but he drew him as Link there, and I don't know if someone else was Zelda there. But that being said, with this idea that Oda takes inspiration from, you know, a lot of people like Toriyama, Dragon Ball Z. We obviously know, we saw Dragon Ball Z in One Piece in the last episode, but like it's not a secret that Dragon Ball Z played a lot of inspiration. Naruto, Kishimoto, they're really great friends, and so there's that. And then Bleach, I'm sure all of them talked. I'm sure Kube and them, you know, talked, and Zelda and all that. So maybe Mihawk is a sword, and I think that addresses a lot of the situation where it's like, is he relative? Well, it doesn't matter because he's just a sword, and he has a completely different perspective on what he had. Like his goal is different than being the Pirate King or changing the like you said, he just wants to fight.
I swear, but if you get that theory right, that's crazy, bro. Like that's going down in history for real. Like
I've never heard anything even remotely to that.
That's
before you said it. Yeah.
It's the funniest thing because like I can't on my hands, I can't count the amount of people who are like, nah, there ain't no way, and then they watch the story and like, the probability of it at least is like 20% or 30%. And these are like, you know, critics of it. Like they're speculating. They don't want to believe it, but even them, they gave it like a 20, 30. And I was like, yo, that's crazy, because like you said, most people didn't even think of that as an option. So for it to go 20%, 30% probable in their eyes, I'm like, yo, that's a like, W.
Yeah, no, it's definitely a W. For me, it's like a 50-50. Because it is crazy. Like, you still gotta like keep in mind that it is insane.
Yeah, and
so, no matter how much you believe it, because you obviously believe it, you gotta still in the back of your mind like realize like it's crazy for a reason. And that's why it makes so much sense. Oda, he likes to do crazy stuff. Like, I could have never predicted what we were gonna see with Gear 5 and just how his like what his power was going to be with the rubber fruit. So
right. I think on that note with the Gear 5, I think at the end of the day, when we look at something like a big reveal like that, a lot of people theorized it, and I think a lot of people got components of these things, but to say he transformed pure white, that his fruit was the Nika. Earlier I had an idea that like I made my chopper video. I said the Joy Boy would be a human fruit. That was my thing in the chopper video, and that is a component, but I couldn't predict that it would be Nika, and Nika would be the drums of liberation and all that, right? Like there's a lot of things that people guessed components, but not the whole thing. And I think going forward, we're going to see a lot more of that. And I think like we're going to get to Sabo in a little bit. Your video, Sai's take, my take, like the goggles stuff, we'll talk about it. They all connect on so many different levels, and it's so interesting. So yeah, let me get to the next super chat. Also, Mr. Bushido. Shanks is Dragon's baby brother. Shanks is Dragon's baby brother. Hey, you said Dragon has a connection with Shanks, so what's your opinion on that? Do you think that's possible?
Nah, I don't see it. Would that make Shanks a will of, because there is a theory on my channel, Wizard of Wars, and he says that Shanks is Celestial Dragon and Will of D. So like I would have both, and I think that's a really dope idea. I don't know if it'll be Shanks. I feel like if you're gonna do it, why not Shanks? Like that would make him such an interesting character.
I think my opinion right now is that Shanks is I think actually a later question. Oh yeah, Mr. Bushido also, so I'll bring up that one too. So Mr. Bushido also super chatted. Dang, Mr. Bushido, you got all these super chat. You got more after. Holy shit. Appreciate you, Mr. Bushido. So his next one was, what if Buggy is a celestial dragon or Dragon's bro? So I think both of us are not leaning on Dragon having relatives like that. Now Buggy being a celestial dragon, that is currently I don't have a theory that I'll put a stake on at the moment, but I'm developing one. I could say I have an idea that makes sense, but I don't know how much leverage I'm putting, like how much of myself real estate I'm putting on that one. But Buggy being the celestial dragon and Shanks being the Will of D or Ancient Kingdom connection, and I think that is this current separation, and them being brotherly and together is kind of like the dichotomy of the world government and the Ancient Kingdom and how their story in the back might have been. What do you think about that, like Buggy being a celestial dragon? Do you actually, I think I heard in your video Buggy being Yonko. I haven't heard your perspective on that. Actually, you think that it's bullshit, or you think that it was
no. You know what? I have a video coming out probably tomorrow on Buggy, why he became Yonko.
Okay, all right.
I can talk about it here for a little. What I think is that I think the Roger Pirates are going to alliance with Buggy. And that is one reason why he became a Yonko, because the way I see it is,
wait, the Rogers Pirates are gonna,
like the remnants, like
okay,
Rayleigh and Crocus and whatever. Like,
do you think we're gonna get Scopper?
Yeah, I think we're gonna get all of them.
Okay.
And that's just like speculation, right? But there is some reasoning behind it. So, but yeah, like with Buggy, it could just be a troll at the end of the day. That's the problem, because I don't know. Like if you look at Buggy, yeah, sure, he has the connections and he has everything that he needs to be important. But as far as like as far as power, no one is afraid of Buggy. So it could be a troll. Like if Morgan's is just like trolling people and just wanting to go down that path, that could be a possibility too. As far as him being a celestial dragon, I don't see it. But
yeah, my Buggy thing, like I had the feel, so it started as a joke kind of thing where you know that Buggy's nose is his real nose, right? Like his red nose.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. So then I was thinking, and so I'll just drop this like little teaser, but I was laughing because like we haven't seen any other character with a red nose, and why would Oda create that kind of a thing and then leave us in the dark into the last saga? And I was laughing because when we see a lot of silhouettes, like you think Green Bull, we look at Ben Beckman in chapter 1, like there was that silhouette. And obviously we saw Ben Beckman, but we saw a silhouette. And I think I saw in your video, you talked about the Ben Beckman thing in your Shanks video, how like he was like a little shady in that chapter 1, and it was the silhouette.
It's the mastermind,
Yeah. And so when we're looking at, like, I think even the Tontatas, when they're talking about the person who was their overlord or whatever, that we see the nose in the silhouette. And we always see, like, noses in the silhouettes. But when it came to Emu, when we got the silhouette of Emu, we got a very different kind of silhouette. We only saw the back, and then we saw the face, but Oda didn't give us any characteristics of the face. When we saw the Yonko, when we saw the warlords, not in Baratie, we didn't see the warlords like that, but when we saw the Yonko, we saw like the Whitebeard's mustache, we saw Big Mom's like sort of shape. Kaido was all kind of whacked out. Obviously Shanks, we saw like those kinds of things. But Emu, yeah, Oda didn't show us the face, but we saw the eyes. And I was like, why does Oda, like, he didn't even want to give us the profile of this silhouette? And I was like, how funny would it be if Emu had a red nose like Buggy? And that is the character that, because why else would Oda create this precedent of a character having a natural red nose and never bring it up? And we don't see, like, what, are we gonna see a giant with a giant red nose? Like, I don't think so, right? Like, it's kind of weird.
All right, that makes me want to ask you this. Who has more of a chance to sit on the throne, Buggy or Blackbeard?
Yo, it's gonna be Buggy. It's gonna be Buggy.
Yeah.
No, I think Blackbeard is gonna be the biggest problem, all that, but like Buggy's here now, right? Like Buggy's in the story. He said he was gonna be the pirate god, right? Didn't he say that? He said Luffy's like, I'm gonna be the pirate king, and then Buggy's like, if you're a pirate king, I'm gonna become god. And like bro is gonna sit on that throne and we're gonna all laugh. Like it's gonna be pretty hilarious, I think. And so the teaser into the video, so I told my stream about this part of the idea. Wait, actually I'm forgetting the Emu, the Buggy thing that I wanted to tease.
Oh wait, so this your next video?
I have like 20 I have 20 videos scripted out, just written. I just gotta record. And
damn, 20?
Yeah, I just went off in the last week. And so this Shanks video, I've had this Shanks video in my pocket for like 8 months, and I just never, like, the chapters kept getting crazy and life was getting crazy, and I never had the time to sit down and make this video. But I told one of my viewers, Panda, I don't know if they're here right now, a long time ago, and so they were saying to me that movie Red spoilers were coming out. And I was like, fuck, like that means I have to get this video out ASAP. So I just sat down, got it all out, did all that, and all my other videos that I was planning out and getting out are all just in the back burners, and that's happened like 3 times. I still have to get my
hour-long video, so I was thinking like, bro, you got that out fast.
Yeah. The writing part is always the easier part, but this time that video I had to get 400 images, and I did it all in one day. Like the editing 0 to 100 all in one day. I was like fucking so tired by the end of it. That was when 1055 dropped. Bro, that was crazy. So I'm so glad I got that video out though.
I want to ask you one more thing, because I've seen you say before that a lot of your videos are connected or inspired. Like they're all somehow tied in some ways here and there. You'll bring up ideas that you've already talked about. And for me, it's like I've been struggling to even think about a theory in this last week. Like how do you come up with all these theories? Like you got 20 just waiting to be dropped.
Yeah,
that's crazy to me. Like sometimes I struggle to even get one just coming to my mind. I have to go and reread the series or just, I don't know, like
I think what it is like I've actually this is a good like a pause thing. I don't know if we talked about it. How did you get into One Piece?
So I actually got in. I started reading One Piece. I first saw the anime when I was real young. 4Kids dub, you know. But then I didn't really like it. Like I always thought it was just too goofy. I thought it was stupid. I was like, oh, this is kind of boring. Then it's kind of just a weird story because the first time I actually wanted to get into One Piece was when Jump Force came out, which is such a weird thing to say. Like the video game got me into it. I saw Zoro and I was like, bro, this is crazy. Like Sanji is a badass character. The character designs are really different. And then I got into One Piece. I actually started reading the manga in 2020, I think. So recently new.
Right.
I think I caught up at the end of 2020, maybe early 2021.
So that's not too far off from me then, because like 2021 was when I started reading the manga, and so to answer your question, how I had these thoughts, ever since I was a kid and I watched the anime, I've always wanted to talk to people about it. But like even amongst my anime friends, none of them watched One Piece at the time. My best friend started reading it later and it was like, yo, it's crazy. And I was like, damn, like you caught up with the manga and I read the anime and you never read the anime when we were like, you know, younger. So I've always had these ideas. Like in my recent video, my Straw Hat video, I was talking about how ever since I was a kid, when Logtown aired in 4 dubs or whatever, I had the idea that the Straw Hat was going to be like more important to the story, whether it was sentient, whether it was going to have a devil fruit, whether it was a person, whether it was possessed, something was there. And so ever since I was a kid, I just been compiling these ideas and I just been waiting. And so like my wife always says like when people she hears people's reactions to like my theories or ideas, she's just like, man, they need to hear you talk about Marvel and Stranger Things and all these other things, because my video, this is just the default. This is like when I read the chapters, for example, in my live reactions, I take like 40 minutes to get through a chapter. And when I read it, if I read it on my own, I could read it in 5 minutes. But the difference is when I read it in the 5 minutes, all those thoughts are going through my head and I don't need to communicate it out loud. But when I do the live reaction, so people know like what I'm thinking about, I have to, every single thing, I drop what I'm thinking about, get my thoughts out, and it ends up going to like 40 minutes. And those are just the base thoughts so that I can like get things out. I'm thinking about way more. And so like that's why I always say like this channel is just like just I'm super grateful for everyone to like just accept like allow me a platform to share my ideas, because otherwise they just get stockpiled and, you know, I keep them to myself. So I'm so grateful to be able to share it with everyone. And I feel like you're in this, you're really enjoying all the content creation part of it, right?
Yeah, it's been really fun. I've always wanted to make videos. I always wanted to, you know, in some way. I always thought it was a cool idea. But the reason why I chose One Piece was because I'm like,
yo, One Piece has a lit ass community, bro. Like this, out of all the, and it's still going too. So that's another reason why we're still getting chapters. It's not a series that's already ended. The One Piece community is crazy, bro. Like I've seen so much support, so much love shown, and I'm just making like random videos about my thoughts. And like just how you said, it's like it's crazy to think that people will watch your videos when it's just random ideas that you're spouting online.
Yeah, and there's the One Piece community definitely, like I've been, people know, like I've been hopping into a lot of streams in here and there, and across the board, I mean, the power scaling community knowingly is like, it's everyone who's in the power scaling community knows it's toxic. So obviously if you're in a power scaling stream, it's going to be a little bit more toxic. But in general, the One Piece community is like Mr. Bushido right here, please do a second channel. Like Big Jen here out like here roasting me, saying I take my theories from Discord channels, which he knows is false. But like it's just, you know, like the fact that we can vibe with a bunch of people is great, and be open-minded and thinking. And then the other part of it is I was just talking to Larry from that One Piece talk, and I was saying that I like One Piece consumers, especially manga readers, are just built different in the sense of the way we consume content. Because like I was sitting in like I think it was Randy Troy's stream or something like that, and people were talking about how Marvel in general, like the plot and everything, is like so or it was Volume 1 podcast. Like I don't know if you've heard of them. They read
I've heard of them.
yeah, so they cover a bunch of variety stuff.
They don't do Marvel though, right? They just do like manga.
Yeah, they just do manga, but they talk about Marvel. I think they might be doing it in the future, but they talk about, in the last few times, they've been talking about like Thor, Love and Thunder and Miss Marvel and things like that. And, you know, a lot of people are like, yo, Marvel's like too predictable and all that stuff. Like if you just paid attention, this was, you know, seen. And the thing is, like, as a One Piece creator, and viewer, we look at details that we know that this detail that Oda left could be a red herring, right? Yeah. But we're out here looking, you know, like this dude's looking right, this dude's teeth is missing, like all of this shit, right? No other fiction are people looking at it.
You're
like
right
that.
About this, and the thing is too, like, it goes back to another thing I'm gonna bring up. What you said about power scaling.
Hold on, my headphone fell out.
This is all because of Oda.
What are you saying?
I was saying this is all because of Oda. Like, there's no, you can't, even like with the power scaling stuff, it's like the reason why I think people say it's toxic, it's actually Oda's fault. Like, Oda doesn't tell us anything about Shanks, what he could do, this and that. It's been 20 years. We don't know anything about Shanks. And what you're saying about how we look at every little detail, this is Oda too. Like Oda made it to the point where now we have to look at every little detail. Like, if when people say, "Oh, bro, you're just speculating on something that's so small, so minuscule, like this is just off the rails, this is reaching." Oda did this. Like Oda's the reason why this community is the way, and I feel like he does it purposely. But if you want to be if you want to compare it to something like Marvel, I do, because like I'm a huge Spider-Man fan.
Yeah. Right? Have you have you read the comics for Marvel?
I've read a few, yeah.
Okay, but you're more heavy on the MCU. So when you're talking about Marvel in this context, you're talking about the MCU right now.
It's a broad thing. Like my favorite Spider-Man was the video game.
Oh, yeah, the games are.
Yeah, I've read a few comics here and there. But like
I would say
Oda's different, bro. Oda's just a different breed.
Yeah. I would say Marvel comics get into the realm of like the expansiveness, but that's because they do different worlds, right? Like they have like how many different Spider-Man, how many different Batman, like they build
writers.
Yeah, exactly. So that system allows you to naturally, organically grow the world, but this is Oda within one world, within one story, as expansive, as detailed. And so like it's a very common thing for like I've been, you know, now that I put a lot more of my time into my channel now, and so a lot of my friends who don't know One Piece but know what I'm doing, they're like, wait, you're streaming One Piece like again this week? Like again? Like how are you doing so much on one story? Like my brother's asking me. I was like it's so hard to fathom how deep this story is. I can say 1,000 chapters, all that, and it's like, okay, it's 1,000, you know, releases. That's cool. The live action, that's cool. It's 25-year story. But the biggest thing that I always like, people are like, isn't this like too nitpicky? Like these details? I'm like, bro, Oda gave us the blood types of every goddamn character that's like not even relevant. Like no, like these side characters you don't even think matter. We got their blood types. What story is giving us the blood types? And it's not like boring. Not that our blood types are boring, but it's not like O positive, O. He made his own blood type system for the story and continued it. And then another point is the first 219 chapters Oda gave us in the story. He drew a lunar cycle within the panels so that we could keep track of how many days that were passing. And so based off of that, our tour in the timelines, like at this point, this is the stage of the moon, and Oda kept those details all the way into Alabasta, which is a great thing that we'll get into in a second. And like what other story is doing that? You know?
Do you ever think that like, because there is a good point that we're going way too much into theories, way too much into this and that. Oda's probably not going to get to all of it.
Yeah.
But do you think that it's going to be like in the future we'll see, a side series, a movie or something that will? Because I feel like with some of these theories, when the series is over, I still don't feel like they're dead. Oda's not going to answer every little detail, and I feel like some of these theories you might say, oh, they're dead, the story's over, but you never know. It might come back in the future, like 20 years from now, 10 years from now.
Yeah, so with that, I feel like there's two lines, right? There's gonna be some stuff that would be interesting to see, but they're not core to the end story, and then there are mysteries that we don't know. For example, I made a recent videos on Vanderdecken and Noland. And Noland, a lot of people are saying like, yo, why would Vanderdecken be important again? And I'm not saying that he'd be important, but his story might. It was said in the story as a mystery. And Oda recently said he's going to solve all of the mysteries in One Piece. And so now I'm looking through the story and looking for all of the, whenever we hear mystery sea currents, right? In my last video, mystery sea currents. That's a reason why that would be relevant. Vanderdecken, it was a mystery ghost ship or whatever. That's another mystery. There's so many mysteries within One Piece. And I think those are the ones Oda is going to bring back. And those, to make those relevant, I think it goes back to our line of thinking that a lot of these disconnected parts that we think are disconnected are actually connected, and that's how Oda ties the loop on all of them in a magnificent way. Now, in terms of the side stories, from a business perspective, I think when the story ends, Oda is gonna retire. I think he's cashed out. Like he should take a break. Bro needs to spend time with his kids. But in the same way of like Toriyama right now is letting go of the reins and giving it to somebody else, which he should, because there was some nonsense in Dragon Ball Super that we don't need to get into. I don't know if you're aware of it or a Dragon Ball fan, but like I would not.
Yeah, I'm a big Dragon Ball fan, but I have not been caught up on the recent.
Don't.
10 months ago or so, and then it was during the granola stuff, and then I just stopped reading. But
most of the people that I know who are current say they wish they didn't read the.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of backlash and a lot of problems on Twitter, on YouTube. But
and then so like with Boruto, right? Boruto, I think for the first solid part, Kishimoto was not like involved. He was like loosely guiding, but it was other people who are like guiding the first part of the Boruto, like loosely adapting things, and then there's all that filler stuff, and then Kishimoto came back, right? I think it would make sense, for example, like a lot of people want Yamato to join the crew, but once Yamato and them find the One Piece and the story's over, Yamato is going to still want to see the rest of the world. How cool would it be to get like a side story about Yamato? Like, I think that would be like a progressive story, really great main character that I think a lot of people would enjoy. And that would be a great way to continue the One Piece story without tarnishing the One Piece legacy and exploring other parts of the world that we don't have to see. And that's something that Oda doesn't need to be like, if it goes off the rail, well, One Piece is already really expansive and it's already developed. Like, all someone has to do is go through like the wiki and then create an interesting story based off of what islands are left. You know what I mean? And then talk to Oda a little bit. That's all. It's not really anything crazy. So
yeah, and you bring up Yamato. I feel like Yamato would be a perfect choice too. I never thought of that, but as far as the personality wise, just the way they act is really similar.
Wait, hold on, it cut out when you said the person's name. Who was it?
Oh, sorry. I was saying Yamato, like the personality wise, is very similar to. So I feel like that would be a good, if you want to do the same kind of character, have main protagonist. If it's Yamato, you don't have to change so much as the personality wise, ambition wise. It's very similar. Yeah,
it's true. So, all right. So let me get to some more of these super chats, and then I'm gonna read. Let's try and get through all of them, and then we'll get back onto the Shanks stuff, and then we'll take a break a bit later to go through some more super chats. And yeah, so right now it's almost 5. I have to go at like 6:30, I think. 7 still fine, but 6:30ish. So we'll keep that soft timeline at like 6:30. Okay, so Time Lord with the bits. Shanks probably knows that evil will never stop until the promised time, so he tried to be the evil guy, in quotes, to keep slave trades running, to push the new generation to grow in order to stop him when the time is right for the world to change. So that Time Lord is referring to my video, the Godfather Shanks thing, and so I think this goes back to the question. I didn't put my 2 cents in when I asked you the evil Shanks agenda, right? And I think your take is beautiful in terms of like, because we don't know anything, the natural response is to be polarized and radical with our interpretation. Either he's really good or he's really evil, but the truth is it's probably a gray area, right? Like he's on the good side, but like there's some interesting details that might play in, like why is he with the Gorosei, celestial dragons? His history might be that gray area, and he's trying to undo a lot of things. And then on my end, when I say that he's in the slave trading thing, my perspective is that it's a necessary evil, because if someone's not upholding that, then something worse would take place. For example, Mother Caramel, in the same light, when we think about it, right, she was operating for 50 years. And what's interesting about this timeline is we don't know if slave trading, how crazy it was back then, but a detail that I didn't include is, actually I can bring up 2 details, is that Fishman, Ryukyu Kingdom, Fishman Island, they were a part of the world government or the reveries 200 years ago. And then they stopped going for some reason. We don't know why. We don't know the context, but we do know they attended a reverie 200 years ago and then they stopped. And in my eyes, you know, why would they stop? It might be because like slave trade, like fishermen were becoming traded again. And we get that context because apparently Fisher Tiger was the one, and Fisher Tiger and Jinbei, you know, were the 2 people who cleared out the fishmen so much that when we saw Mosgard in the flashback, he's like, what, all my fishmen are gone? I'm gonna go back and take them myself, right? And the thing is, why aren't fishmen being traded more often, right? Whitebeard and Big Mom were claiming the stake there, but we see fishmen trading. Like, I don't know if you remember, there's like the district in Fishman Island. I forgot the district's name, where there's a lot of like underground stuff. And there's actually 2 of the kidnappers that we know in the story are actually fishmen. There's one who's Macro. Macro is one of, essentially, one of Fisher Tiger's commanders. So Jinbei, Arlong, and then there was Macro. So Jinbei was with Fisher Tiger, Arlong separated, and Macro became a kidnapper. And then also, if you remember Toki, when Toki was introduced, the person who was trying to slave trade her was Karma, another fishman. So there's an interesting situation with fishmen and slavery. And my perspective is like, well, if you don't have someone guiding and giving slaves to the celestial dragons, if they don't get what they want, then they're gonna run rampant. They're gonna go crazy. And the thing is, Shanks should have known that Fishman Island had an ancient weapon. So in my line of thinking, if the celestial dragons went rampant on Fishman Island, then he would be afraid that this the ancient weapon would awaken, because he knew from the Odin flashback that Poseidon would come back in like 15-20 years or something like that. He knew that, or 10 years or something like that. It would be born in 10 years and mature in 20 years, something like that. I forget the exact numbers. So that's why I think, you know, Shanks is upholding something, because if he wasn't, it would be worse. And again, that is a huge thematic throughout the entire story, right? Because I think my biggest clapback to most people who are against this theory of Shanks not being the slave trader is, then who? Who would it be, right? Like, Preach, if you think that they're on the revolution side, then what side do you think, or who do you think is doing the slave trading then?
Yeah, that's a very, very good question.
Because there has to be some. Every other industry, we were told. Like, we don't even see the red light district like that, but Stussy's the queen of pleasure, and then we see the geisha on Wano. But outside that, we didn't really understand that there was a pleasure district like that, right? So it's interesting for sure.
Definitely interesting. For a while, I would expect it to be someone like on the Doflamingo side, someone evil.
Right.
Someone just in that world of, you know, the underground. I don't know, because if you look at it, yeah, it could be Shanks. The way you put it is really digestible, because you're basically saying that even though Shanks is doing this, he's doing something wrong for the better good, right?
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Like it is still a wrong thing to do, but if he didn't do it, it would be worse.
Yeah.
Which is a good way to put it. It's tough because, like, when you brought up the fishman thing, it's like, I feel like with Whitebeard, maybe one reason why they didn't want to go out to Fishman during this time specifically is not only because of Whitebeard. Like, he was, if you're gonna go in there, start getting, if you want to start a war with Whitebeard, you're gonna, that's already a problem on its own. And what if you think about, like, maybe they go in there, take a few fishmen, and that is considered a war against the Whitebeard pirates because they have the territory of the Fishmans.
Yeah, for sure, because Whitebeard definitely, when he came on and claimed it, he said, like, no more, like, you guys get out of my island, right? He claimed that, and that's a huge issue, right? Because then Whitebeard is essentially cutting off the supply that the Celestial Dragons want, right? So someone has to appease that, right? That demand. The Celestial Dragons had a demand for something, and Whitebeard cut it off, and then we see that, like, I think when I look at Shanks too, it's interesting because all the Yonko respected him. You know what I mean? Yeah. And a power aside, it's like they all kind of also stayed in their own lane. So then it's like, what is Shanks's lane? It feels like he has to have one, and there's not much space left for it, right? Because
I always go back to that Sengoku quote, and it's like, if Shanks is doing something with slavery connected to the Celestial Dragons, like, you can't even mess with him. You can't even touch Shanks.
Yeah, I mean,
and Sengoku directly under the Godfather will know that.
Yeah, and we got the scene with Sengoku on, I think it was with Sengoku on Sabo Odi when it was being reported with, I think it might have been with Garp, I'm forgetting, but the guy reported as, like, the human auction, not the human auction house, the human displacement employment building, right? Like, they were trying to hide it because they knew that, like, that was where the Celestial Dragons go. Why they can't shut that down? Like, the
only thing I was confused about in your video though was because we seen Rayleigh, and I think you brought up, was it that were you gonna say that he was also using the whirlpools to travel?
Rayleigh?
Yeah, is that something that you were kind of hinting at, or
no? I was saying more so that Rayleigh chose, like, of all the things that Rayleigh could do in the world, right? One, he's tied to slavery because he was becoming a slave, which is hella funny because, like, I think when that was introduced, everyone's like, damn, he is that guy, right? He ain't afraid of shit. But then on top of that, you put this context of Shanks being involved. Rayleigh's epithet is Dark King, but the kanji of it is Underworld, and it's very, very funny. But then his occupation is a ship coder. He's preparing, he knows how to coat a ship so that it can travel underwater, and so much so that he gave Nami the instructions of how to sail underwater too, right? Like, so he is so knowledgeable about the under ocean workings that it's like, why is he like that? Was Roger like was Rayleigh Roger's underwater expert? Like, it's so interesting when you think about, why is he so knowledgeable with that? Was it something that he got from being a Rogers pirate, which we have no understanding of how they traveled, besides, like, we saw them go to places, but we don't know exactly, like, all of the details. But that being said, after the Void Century, after they learned what they did, it seems like all the Rogers pirates, besides Buggy, because Buggy was reclused in East Blue, and Buggy is the character that we think has no connection to the Void Century, whereas in terms of knowledge, whereas Shanks might have, since he talked to Rayleigh and he had seen all the poneglyphs, whereas Buggy wasn't really caring about that. When he was on Skypiea, he was like, look, it's gold. Everyone else is like, poneglyph. But it seems like all the Rogers pirates are preparing to be underwater. And we see with Crocus, he has an island in a whale, so he's a submarine. Rayleigh's coding ships, and knows about the underwater thing. And if Shanks claims the role of the underwater emperor essentially, then the line of thinking is that something in the void century relates to flooding. And that was a huge thing because in 1055 we don't know why those walls were erected. And the thing that people need to understand is, a lot of people are joking. I don't know if you heard this idea. I heard about it in the King of Lightning reaction thing. But I heard in my reaction, I said the same thing. Like, it's so goofy when we look at Wano and how it accumulated water. And a lot of people are like, so Wano is so advanced, they couldn't figure out a drainage system that they let rain just accumulate that much, right? That's super goofy, right?
Yeah.
And the thing is, it's like, yeah, that doesn't make sense. Why would you erect walls that is essentially just a bathtub? But then you think about it, well, maybe it's not about keeping water in. It makes more sense if it's about keeping water out. Because if you're worried about a flood, then you would build a wall that wouldn't bring water into your country, right? And so, but then when the flooding got dealt with, when all that stuff got dealt with, the aftermath is that it accumulated water. And the only logic that I have right now is, well, the functionality of this wall is counterproductive. If they built the wall on their own accord or to protect Pluton, which we don't know what it is, then why would they build something that would essentially destroy their own lands? So if the intention was to protect their land and then later that wall became a nuisance, but they had to maintain that wall to protect Pluton and keep Pluton in, then they had to keep the wall, and that accumulated the water. And that's why they couldn't make the drainage system, because some relation between Pluton, a flooding, them becoming flooded, I think it all relates. And so that's where the Rayleigh part came in that section, where I don't think he knows or uses that now. I don't think that is, but we do know that he is really knowledgeable about them because he's the one who gave Nami all the instructions about how to sail under the water.
But yeah, when it comes to the Great Flood, like, I feel like Oda has already foreshadowed something like that, where it either happened already, said, or it's going to happen. Because if you look at the Noah, the ties in with that, with the Great Flood story, I just feel like there could definitely be a situation where, in One Piece, where you have this story in islands, in the ocean, something like a flood would be the most devastating thing. We even got it like in Water 7 too. We saw a little glimpse of that, where exactly. If you think about, they keep saying like, oh, the flooding is making the water level rise. Yeah, and that's kind of similar to Wano, where like they're building on top and on top and on top.
Yeah, and I'm gonna get to the super chats in a second, and also I just want to tell everyone that like I am reading the chat, and I always read the chat in the VOD. So keep chatting, chat away. You guys are saying a lot of interesting things, and I'll try to get to some of these comments too. But so the Water 7 point, it's interesting. I'm gonna do in a future video what's it called? So I brought up the deep sea currents and how was this a new information to you, that the deep sea currents connect to all the oceans?
Yeah, I'd never thought of anything about that.
Yeah. So and that's really interesting. And a lot of people, and I didn't say it in the thing, but a lot of people are like, all blue? Is that the all blue?
So, and is that a fact though, or is that like just a theory?
So Frankie said that these deep sea currents go up and down and connect all of the seas. All of the seas. Okay. That's what he says. And so
it's interesting. Oh, go ahead.
You can imply from that if he's saying all the seas, we know East Blue, West Blue, all that. So then I'm like, okay, so if it's connecting all that and we're in the Grand Line, that means it crosses the Calm Belt. There's some ways through the Red Line or whatever. One way or another, these deep sea currents make it touching all the oceans. That's I don't think it's a big reach, considering he says all the seas.
Yeah, that makes sense, especially if you think about it, like how you said, Shanks, he came all the way, but he was about to fight Kaido, and then shows up in Marineford at an insane speed. So
yeah, and
I know people have said like he'll have teleportation or some kind of something to make him super fast.
Oh yeah, I have a separate thing that I think that he's gonna have the instant teleportation, for like Goku, like essentially that.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah. And as far as like the whirlpool too, it's funny because I always thought that I always thought that Laugh-Tale was going to have some kind of whirlpool situation where you can use a whirlpool to access it. That was just like a random thought I've always had. I thought it would be a cool way to get into Laugh-Tale, but now that you're bringing it up, it would be interesting if that is how you actually get in there, and Shanks is like the key to get into Laugh-Tale.
Yeah, like you have to create some kind of like whirlpool. And the thing is, whirlpools are super, like we don't have the explanation of, between the gates of justice, the 3 of them or whatever, there's a giant whirlpool. No answer about that, right? I don't know if you know any theories about that or you have a theory on that, but that's something I always tell people, like, actually not that many people ask me about that. They ask more about like the Floridian triangle, not Floridian triangle. Florida has their own triangle, but you know, the Floridian triangle, most people ask me about the shadows and all that, but not a lot of people ask me about that whirlpool. A lot of people say the Ennie's Lobby thing, but not that whirlpool. And whirlpool and storms, very, very interesting. So it's
like even when O'Hara had that theory where it's like the One Piece is underneath in this lobby, I always felt like that could be true, but like you would have to make it where it's some kind of passageway to Laugh-Tale. So like it would be like a whirlpool or something like that where you go underneath and then you're going through this kind of, you're going through the ocean and then it leads to the island on the other side.
Yeah.
But yeah.
All right, so the next super chat, Andrew Connor with the $5 super chat, thank you. Loved your Shanks video. Is the reason Shanks doesn't want treasure is because he's already in possession of the Emerald City, which lies on top of Elbaf. Oh, okay, so on Elbaf, Preach, what's your idea about Emerald City, and do you think what he said is true, the treasure that he has it? Because I didn't add this in the video, but I have a great addition to it.
So for this one, this is not my theory, this is a Wizard of Wars, but he has convinced me that Emerald City was God Valley.
Okay.
There's a lot of reasoning behind it. It has to do with immortality and certain things of the treasure. And
have you seen the movie Red Thing? A lot of people think that looks like Emerald City, like the map that girl drew on Tequila Wolf in Robin's backstory. She's like that. It looked like the Emerald City in Uta's thing. Have you seen that?
I haven't seen that, no.
Okay, so basically there was a drawing in Robin's, I think, her cover story, backstory, or in the anime, where the girl that she was with drew a bunch of things that we ended up seeing in the future, and one of them was Emerald City. And then when we look at the first trailer, they show us the picture, and it looks really, really similar. Like, I don't know if it is. I don't know if it's going to be clarified, but
if you look at the Wizard of Oz, like the actual movie, the actual Emerald City in the movie also kind of looks like the God Valley. But
yeah, I think there's also Hidden Island brought up this point in his I don't know if it was in his mega theory thing. Have you seen the Hidden Islands One Piece like mega theory thing?
Yeah, I've seen it and I agree with like 90%.
Yeah, it's dope. And I don't know if you heard this part or were on that stream, but we streamed afterwards, and it was basically like I had a Void Century mega theory, and that was his thing, and they connect on so many points, and I still haven't gotten mine out. But something that he said in there, and he brought it to my attention, was the line on Jaya when Bellamy talks about the islands, and he's just like the island of or El Dorado, so obviously that, and then I think he said Laugh-Tale at the end, but in between he said Emerald City. So all of those things are locations, or like essentially El Dorado was a location, Emerald City is a location. One Piece, if the other two are locations to keep the parallelism, you know, like of the dialogue, then the One Piece is a location. So if you guys haven't watched that thing, I would definitely go watch that. Preach, you know what I'm talking about. And so what he was also saying, I don't think he put this in the video, he told me on the side, he was just like, it might be the case that before we get to Laugh-Tale, before we get to One Piece, we get the Emerald City, because the order of we got El Dorado, and if we're gonna get the One Piece, then maybe we're gonna debunk Bellamy here too, and we are gonna see the Emerald City. And I don't know where that would fit in, but the Dono says that maybe it's on Elbaf. And So there's two questions I'm gonna ask you. What do you think about the Elbaf Emerald City idea, and then also within your theory, the Shanks and Dragon connection? How strong does that make Elbaf and Shanks? Is there an addition to that you have?
Yeah, so like you said, he brought up the connection with how it's going to be a location for Laughdale, the One Piece. It'll probably be the entire location. It's similar to, like, we've seen how important El Dorado was in Skypiea and Shandia.
Yeah.
We already know how important the One Piece is. So, like, Emerald City will be important if it does exist, if it is going to be brought up and not just thrown away. That, to me, compared to the other two, shows that it has to be important.
Yeah.
If for Elbaf, it's like I've never even like put any thought of it at all, of it being in Elbaf. But yeah, like how you said, if it is, that's if Shanks is tied to something that important, that would be crazy. We, like how I was saying, we know how important El Dorado was. They had the poneglyphs, they had even just writings on the walls and just throughout the entire city. The bell, it just, that would be something really important. Like if you think about even Wano, they call it the Land of Gold, the land, Emerald City. It could be something similar to that, where if you have an ancient weapon in Wano, maybe you have something similar to in Elbaf.
Yeah, yeah. So that, it's gonna be interesting for sure to
And you said also, you mentioned how earlier how like we all come up with our own theories, but then in the end it could be the combination of 5 different theories.
Yeah, yeah.
And I feel like with the Hidden Island theory, it's like I made a video a while back, like 4 or 5 months ago, and I always had the idea that Laughdale would be a pirate, like a super pirate island.
Mm-hmm.
And that makes so much sense, because it's like,
I agree
with the government of how much they fear piracy, like just becoming a pirate is automatically a crime. It's already a problem for them, and how much they feared Goldie Roger creating the golden age of piracy. It's like that would be something to really hide if that's really going directly against your ideology of being a Marine, of being with the justice, because it's like, and he expanded on that way more. But just that whole idea, and it's like with pirates now, how crazy it is now, everybody's gonna want to find the most important pirate island. So it just makes so much sense when you really think about it. So shout out to Hidden Island. That theory was great, man.
Yeah, it was a really great one. Phantom, if you're still here, if you could, or Mod, if you could link it in the thing, because I'm always shouting. His video is doing great, by the way, which I love to see. But and on the pirate thing, it was awesome because in my Void Sentry video, I had that part scripted that I wanted to talk about it, but and my chat knows from a previous Voice of All Things, I think Homie Seal, my main moderator, he made a theory about the Rocks pirates, like it being a royal family and Pirate Island being their Dressrosa, and the Rocks name being a lineage thing, and their lineage was piracy. And so off of that, it connected really well to my Void Sentry thing. And so I was gonna bring that up, but it was essentially extending the video in another like 20 minutes. And so it was awesome when I talked to Hidden and he brought that point. I was like, yo, here are my details. And then he showed me his. I was like, yo, it's crazy. I haven't seen your video, but I'm definitely, my perspective of the world government is that it's hypocrisy and projection. Everything they talk about, it's because they're afraid of their truth being exposed. And when we talk about villains and evil people in the world, when we talk about
the Doflamingo speech too is like exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's like, people who go off the rails are usually projecting about the world from a sense of personal perspective. They were so wronged by the world that they think everyone is either like the people who hurt them or the way they would think themselves. And because that's their framing of the world, they apply that to everybody else. And they're like, well, if I were in their position, this is what I would do. And so when you think about that, right, if they themselves are pirates, that's why they are so afraid of pirates, because they themselves know how evil it could be. And it's like the rebranding. Yeah, I would cause a Void Century where 100 years of history is erased, because if people remember that we were pirates, that's a really bad look of a organization that's trying to run pirates to the ground, you know. And the point in the Shanks video is like, are they running the pirates in the ground? No, they're keeping them there so that they can get more heavenly tribute, right?
Yeah, I mean, they're working with pirates, and even like we saw with CP0, like they said these implications are insane. Like when you see CP0 going in there to Wano, negotiating with Orochi and Kaido, it's like, now we know really at the corruption at the highest level, they're not afraid to talk to pirates, you know, even with Shanks.
Yeah.
Like you said, and it's like, when we think about the One Piece, they make it seem like it's something so, like, it could be minuscule or it could be something just a long story. Whatever it is, exposes the real truth, and that truth is going to be something that flips the world upside down how Roger wants, you know, like it's going to be something that just shakes everyone's thinking of the world. So if it was where like they're pirates, like that's just a crazy thing to say, because now how you said it's hypocritical. What side do we pick? You know, it's a really dope theory.
Yeah. It and there's gonna be more. I'm so excited. Like this Shanks video is like, I'd say my other videos are not like the Shanks video is crazy, right? Like it's like, obviously, like we both said, you have to reach a little bit. So that's why I think my other videos are gonna be like better than the Shanks one, and it talks about that notion, adding more to it. I think we're on the right path with the world government becoming pirates. I think we are.
Yeah, definitely.
Let me.
You want to talk about Sabo after the super chats, or?
Yes. I was gonna say that at 5, like in 15 more minutes, at 5:30, then we'll start the Sabo stuff, and that we'll talk like for an hour about that, and then
Fair enough. Yo.
Yeah. So Oz, thank you for becoming a member, by the way. Sorry I didn't shout that out earlier. Appreciate you, fam. Also, let's see. I didn't put my LBAF thing. So really quickly, really quickly. One of the ways I think Shanks makes money is one thing we learned of. Do you think the jewelry, not the Jewel Tree Atom, I think that's its name, is that on LBAF?
Yeah, I think it is, right? I think I've seen that it was an invisible tree.
I don't think we gotten any confirmation one way or the other, no. But I think most people assume it's there, right? So one thing I put part of the panel. I was hiding this, but and for a second part to the Shanks thing, further implicating him possibly to the black market, is that Frankie bought the Atom Tree on the black market. It was selling for 200 million berries or whatever, parts of like the thing. And what he said was that every once in a while this tree comes onto the market and it's really, really expensive. And so if Shanks is the king of the black market, because the human trafficking thing, right, like that he could be the emperor of that, but I think there's also the missing part of the black market too, and it makes sense if Shanks is doing that part. Black market, usually the person who's running the human trafficking thing is also like really heavily tied to the black market in general. And so if we're saying Shanks is Elbaf and Elbaf has that tree, it might be, and the tree is massive. I'm sure he can take parts of it without getting the giants mad. And so Shanks might be the person supplying the world with the Atom Tree on the black market. And why would he be doing that? Well, at the end of the thing, I was saying that maybe his goal, not his goal, but by upholding the human trafficking ring, and then in going to kids and inspiring them to become pirates like he did with Luffy, and what we say Garp says he's doing that, he's inspiring kids to become pirates, then it might make sense that he wants people to get access to this tree, and it's an easy money for him. 200 million berries to just get like a little bit of this giant tree. Like I think that's like who else is supplying it? The only person who could be supplying the world with the Atom Tree, if it's on Elbaf, is giants or someone associated, and we all think Shanks is associated. My logic, mythology, Norse mythology, so many ways that you can connect Shanks to Elbaf. So and
like we said, once again, Elbaf, we haven't seen it yet, so there's a good likelihood that Shanks.
Do you think we go to Elbaf next?
I think we do. I think we have to.
Yeah, it's weird if we don't. It's weird if we do, and I think the weird if we do go to Elbaf is better now rather than later.
Well, what about this? How long do you think it would be if we did go to Elbaf right after Wano?
I think it's gonna be shorter. I don't know. I think if it were longer, it's gonna be a lore dump thing. I think it's gonna be a huge lore dump. I don't know if there's gonna be a big villain at the end of the day for the Giants. I don't know if the Giants are fodder or not, but
the one thing I do want to see if we do go to Elbaf, I want to see him. I can just picture this idea of someone commented this on one of my videos a long time ago, and they said, what if Usopp is like, what if he's the only one that trolls the whole world, and like he's the one that pulls Thor's hammer?
That would be nuts. That would be nuts.
Because we saw that he had like the 1,000-ton hammer before.
Yeah.
In Alabasta, and it's like that would be pretty funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's gonna be a Usopp arc for sure.
I hope so. I'm an Usopp fan, you know.
But I was just rereading Wano, and like Usopp was just so useless in the raid. Like, oh my.
I always say my biggest video is the Usopp video, and I always say I'm so glad I made that before the raid, because I don't have the motivation to boost Usopp right now, because like the Onigashima didn't hurt his character, but it didn't, by not doing much with him, it did hurt his character, right? Like that's the way I'm seeing it.
Like even Nami was doing more than Usopp.
Yeah. Mr. Bushido with the next super chat. So I'm gonna run through. Oh wow, there's a lot of super chats. So let me get through them so we can talk about the next part of the Voice of All Things stuff. So Mr. Bushido, Blackbeard gave Shanks the scar at Roger's execution. That's an interesting timeline. I don't think it was before. Wait, did Shanks? Oh, wow, I'm so bad. Did Shanks have the scar in chapter 1?
Yeah, he did.
He did. Okay, so it's before. All right, so yeah, that. You know, it's interesting because then that's a knock also on Blackbeard, because then it's like Shanks probably wasn't as strong as he is now as he was back then. So if Blackbeard gave him the scar before that, then that might not be as big as a claim to power as people claim it as. But you know, I can see how people use that. That's an interesting thing. So Mr. Bushido also, another super chat, Apophis. Am I pronouncing that wrong? Preach, how did you pronounce it?
Yeah, the way I said it was Apophis. I don't know if that's right, but that's just the way I said it.
Apophis is the enemy of the sun. I'm someone, LOL. Oh yeah. Oh, so we were talking about you in the Discord. Okay, gotcha. So that Apophis is the enemy of the sun. So Blackbeard being the snake, enemy of Ra. That's what you were saying. That's probably, you know, all that involved there. We talked about that. Yeah. So that you know, that's I gotta check out that video. So I'll check out, because I remember we talked about it, but I think I mentioned in general that when the more videos and theories I watch from other people, the less content I'll be able to put out. So that's why I have 20 things stockpiled. And I have more than that.
You know, before I used to watch One Piece videos all the time, and now it's like I only select a few here and there, mostly theories. You know, I don't have time to watch everybody's reactions all the time, so now like I try to not watch everyone's stuff all the time, because it's like it's just too much. Yeah. Oh, I gotta close this poll. Thank you, Phantom. I always forget to close the poll. So not 10% thinks Sabo dies, 90% thinks he doesn't. So solid. I think that makes sense. All right. So Time Lord with the bits. What do you all think of Sawyer's Davy Jones Blackbeard theory? I myself thought he'd have that fruit. I like the narrative value to that, because Davy Jones in a lot of ways is like, he's the only mystery character that was name dropped that could possibly be the contemporary of Nika, that ran counter to or ran next to Nika. And so for Blackbeard to have that fruit, I like that idea. I do. I know I'm only clarifying this because I heard this theory before the Sawyer video, and I didn't watch all of his video, but I got a lot of context from other people. And I mentioned that in my Shadows theory, that there was some people saying Davy Jones might be the thing, because he has, one of his moves is Dark Waters. And so they were saying he has some kind of ocean related fruit. And my take in the Shadows thing was that if his fruit was being equated to the ocean and had the powers of the ocean, then the way we see him negate devil fruits isn't the same way we see the sea stone and the ocean make people weaker. Whenever we see
those things like the sea stone or ocean, we see them get fatigued and tired. Whereas when we saw Ace and Luffy and Blackbeard use that move on them, they didn't get tired. They didn't get fatigued the same way the ocean would. So that is the only, other than that, I think that, you know, there's a big possibility that Davy Jones is the mythical model Davy Jones or whatever, or Davy Jones was Ancient Kingdom or something like that related to Nika. I do like that idea. What was your take on that, Breach?
Yeah, I watched most of the video and I never finished it. I probably should go back and finish it though. And the only thing I didn't understand, maybe he explained this later on in the video, but I didn't understand like the hippo thing. Like I understood everything else. The Davy Jones stuff was fire. But the whole hippo thing, I was kind of confused by that.
I think a few people in my Discord, there's one person primarily, is it Mr. Bushido actually with the hippo? Because Blackbeard always gets associated with a hippo. There's like a cover story where he's like a hippo behind him. I think chapter 100, very important chapter. I think it's called yeah, let me just fact check myself real quick. I'm pretty sure it's chapter 100. It's called Devil Fruit, I think. Is it chapter 100? Please tell me. Otherwise, I'm going to have to search it up. Is it chapter 100? No. 99. It's one of these important chapters back here. I don't remember which one it is. Oh, whoa, I have to check this out more. But essentially, it's called Devil Fruit. That's the title of the chapter. And Luffy is brushing hippo's tooth or whatever, and it might be like Blackbeard shows up in the Blackbeard doesn't show up in this chapter. Why would I think it's this one? But hippo, I think in an SBS too, I think he equated Blackbeard to a hippo, and I think hippo have 3 stomachs. So people are saying that is the way each stomach could digest a different devil fruit, I think so. And then hippos are like insane, and then also hippos get associated in Egyptian lore that I forget her name, Taware. It was in Moon Knight. Essentially, in terms of the underworld, they guide your soul to the underworld. So I think that's essentially a few things on that. So let me get through some more of these. We're 5 minutes away from 5:30, and we'll jump into the Sabo stuff. What's your thought on GH on Mihawk's sword? What's GH? Yuru handle being wrapped in cloth, preventing him from fully drawing its powers. Donatello with a $10 super chat, by the way. Thank you for that. Wait, if you're still in the chat, Donatello, what is GH? Do you know what GH is, Preach?
I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't. What is your thought on GH on Mihawk's sword, Yuru handle being wrapped in cloth, preventing him from fully drawing his power? Yeah, if someone can clarify what GH is, Donatello, you're still here. Sorry, I didn't get to it earlier. Mods boost his things, and I'll check that out. Chapter 9. Oh, you're right. Chapter 19 with Buggy. That's why. It was an early chapter. Yes, we see the hippo with a devil fruit swirl on it. Luffy's like brushing its teeth. And we get introduced to Buggy, actually. That was what I was remembering. So it's an interesting thing. It's funny that Oda's using hippos. But yeah, guys, mods, if Donatello types boost his thing, like copy and say like ParVision, whatever, and I'll check it out. But I don't know what GH is referring to, but I'm not. I think Mihawk has more power to him. Like because he's another one of those characters we saw bits, but we didn't actually, like Marineford was like him, not that he wasn't trying or not that he wasn't using his full powers, but like more so that like it's I'm sure there's more to it. You know what I mean? I'm sure there's more behind the man. Okay, hold on 1 second. My stream is starting to lag a little bit, so I gotta close out. I have like 600 tabs open, so let me just do that real quick. Oh, that's why I have this thing open, and then let me close this one out too.
Someone said that he probably meant Conqueror's Hockey.
Okay. I don't think that would prevent him from using Conqueror's Hockey, though. Like, I don't think there's anything that should hamper it down. It's if you have it, you have it, right? I think that's kind of the safe assumption at the moment. So my stream is lagging. I'm aware, guys. Give me a second to just deal with this thing. Give me a second. Preach. Okay. I think I'm good now. Let me know if it starts lagging again. All right. Let me get through some more of these. Okay. So Donatello. Time Lord and other bits. Buggy the red-nosed human will rival with Chopper the blue-nosed human. Yeah, that was a funny thing in the Discord that I was saying. The only nose thing that we know is, you know, when you think of red nose, you think of Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer, and then Chopper's a reindeer. And so maybe that's why he chose reindeer. I don't know. And then Chopper has a blue nose. Buggy has a red nose. Very interesting. I don't know, though. I don't know. In the Discord, I made a joke saying that, like, oh, Buggy's Chopper's older brother. He's actually just a reindeer. But is a joke more so than reality. I tagged you PX with his €5 super chat. I tagged you on Twitter with the banger Pluton theory. Please check it out. Okay, so I saw that earlier. PX. So today I don't think we'll have enough time today because I have to jump into another call after the stream, which I'll talk more about after we wrap things up with Preach. And then I'm going to be streaming the watch party for episode 1027 tonight at 10 p.m. Eastern time. And so at the end of that stream, we theory craft, we go back in the manga and look at the related panels, and then we end up talking about a lot of cool things. So I'll bring it up then, if you're there. If you're not there, then I will talk about it probably in a chapter related thing, because Pluton is very chapter related at the moment. Which is something that I don't tend to do with the Voice of All Things. I like keeping them separate from the chapter because, like, we talk about the chapter so much. So Time Lord with more bits. Last of my bits. Thank you for the bits, bro. I'd really love it if in the future of the story, after the story ends, he gives us permission for fans and other mangaka to fill in the gaps of some backstories, or even time periods, like maybe even the future mangaka showing a story of Nolan's time, or the last mermaid princess, or even various kingdoms with input of Oda, kind of like how Star Wars allowed for fans to fill in the gaps. Yo, that's funny because in my last video and a few other ones, like the Otahime one, a lot of people are like, yo, you need to write One Piece fan fiction. I'm like, technically, like, I wouldn't be opposed to doing that, but I would wait until One Piece is over to like dive really into that, because I feel like people would enjoy that. What about you, Preach? Would you like that idea?
No,
you wouldn't like that.
No, I was gonna say, to be honest, like sometimes the theories can sometimes feel like fan fiction.
Yeah.
Like even when you get to a point where it's like really speculative, it gets to that point where maybe it could be borderline fan fiction already.
Yeah. I mean, and so on the theory part, the thing with the theories is like we reverse engineering like something is harder than, in my opinion, it's harder than engineering it in the first place, because like when you're making something, you're going down a path of like process of elimination, you're going on these things, and you trailblaze a path, and Oda's making this story, and so all the crumbs that he drops with how expansive it is, we're blinded to what resources he used, what his end goal is. So we have to open our mind to a lot more possibilities than Oda had, because when Oda started the story, he said this in chapter 1, he said, I finally got all of the this is the note before the story starts. He always has a note, and he said, I finally got all the resources to write this pirate story. So he gathered all of his resources, and we don't know those resources, and he trailblazed the story, and it's so expansive, and it's already so, it relies on so many resources that as a theory crafter, we have to like, did he use this one? What kind of sources did he use? All of this. And so it ends up with us going down this line of like, is this if Oda thinks like this, then maybe he was using this mythology or this story or this point in history, and we end up creating a lot of interesting fan fiction-esque plot lines, and we get that. But I think it's part of the course of what we're doing, and I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing as long as we're using Oda's source material truthfully, right? Like,
yeah, and I don't think it's a bad thing as long as you can instinctively say, okay, this is a theory, it's not facts.
Yeah.
Because yeah, like some people might get confused after a while. You see so many videos, like even I will forget. It's like, no, that was just a theory.
Yeah. And that's also my motto. A lot of people are like, are you upset this theory? I'm like, I'm not upset. Like, that's not even like even with the Shanks thing, like someone commented like they like the logic, they like the video, but they don't want Shanks to become evil. And so my response was like, honestly, it's a W for me if this does happen, because then like the theory, but it's also a W for me if it doesn't happen, because then Shanks is not a slave trader, right? Like I'd love that. I generally like whatever Oda throws at, like I know I'm gonna love it, because I've been here for 25 years of the story, right? Like, so it's like, why wouldn't I like whatever he has? Like, if he has a storyline that's different than this, then sure. And that's the thing with Oda, he's left a lot of different things. My biggest stake on this is like one of the big points is slave trading, and so again, if process elimination, the Shanks would be there, but there's other plot lines that could be had.
And even on that note too, like, because I have 2 people on my channel making theories, I get a lot of comments where it's like, oh, you said this last week, that contradicts everything that you're saying now. And even on that point, it's like, to me, I do sometimes make videos where it'll contradict the theory completely, but in my mind, it's like, it's a theory, so I'm not saying it's a fact, so I can look at it from a different perspective and get a completely different idea.
Yeah.
And I think people are like, oh, well, you're just doing it for views for that point. It's like, no, I just thought of it and now I have a different idea.
And it's, I think you brought up the point, all my theories connect. I think I never realized how difficult, like, because I never, like, my theories don't all have to be true. That's not how I wrote them, but they do line up together. So it's interesting. But that being said, making theories that contradict your own theories is not a bad thing. That, if anything, that shows that you're not biased, right? Like,
exactly. Yeah. I don't care, because that's the thing. I don't care if I'm right or wrong. At the end of the day, is to hopefully bring up some interesting points, entertain people, and like, for the most part, the conclusion of the theory, I don't care if it's right. Like, to be honest, like, what I really care about is bringing up interesting points that'll make you think about it in a different way. Because like, I had a video, it was like Onigashima's Pluton. Yeah. I don't really care. I don't care that it's wrong or right, whatever. But I do think that I brought up some things that no one has really talked about in that video.
Yeah.
Like, and that's the same thing in a lot of. I try to bring up things that are just unnoticed, or some things that I didn't realize, or some things I haven't heard people talk about as much. But yeah. And that's the important part to me. The components of the theory, as long as they're true and they're real, and you're not like misquoting and misrepresenting like a story or a character or something like that, then you know, like for example, a lot of people think I'm misrepresenting Shanks in my theory, but they're not insulting the theory, because I stayed true to that point. Now there's some people that are more extreme and they're like, this isn't Shanks at all, and it's like, that's fine, but you, like, if I start a conversation and it's like, which parts are inaccurate about Shanks, because you know, at the end of the day, they're not, and we don't have a lot to go off of. I could be wrong, but we don't have a lot to go off of, right? And so I like Threevil had I forget which video it was, but I didn't agree with the whole video, not because it was wrong, but because I had a counter theory. Like, I was developing something in the works and I watched it and I was like, ooh, are we gonna talk about the same thing? Because if we did, then I was gonna be like, yo, Threevil, let's do a Voice of All Things or collab on, let's talk about this theory. But he brought up an interesting thing and I don't know if you remember this, but Ors Jr. makes it sound like he was Ors's next descendant, but on Ors's ship flag, it had Ors the third. Yeah. And that's something I never, noticed, and I don't think I ever would have. And so that, to me, is like the most exciting part about theories too, is like, I think a lot of the viewers, when you're a creator, we generally remember a lot more of the story. We have it in our head, but some of the viewers aren't keeping up like that. They're reading other things and that, this and that, and they rely on us to bring up these interesting points. And that's one of the main points. It's like, that Ors being the third, like who is in between, like, it's yeah. No, I'm gonna say this though real quick. If you ever want to watch an Ors video, bro, you have to check out Wizard of Ors.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I heard he has a big one. I gotta check that out.
Even if you don't agree with the whole idea of Ors as Joy Boy, there's a lot. There's like so much to.
I agree with that.
Yeah, there's so much little details that he has put together where it's like that theory has so many interesting little connections.
Yeah, I think with Ors, I'm gonna get into him in my Void Century video, so I'll check out that one because I'm more curious to see if this was ever brought up before. But really quickly, before I get to super chats, and I'm almost done, I'm gonna skip a little bit real quick. Hidden Islands in the chat, straight from Wano, straight from Japan. He's there. He just visited Oda's hometown and paid homage to the GOAT himself. So Hidden Island is making waves that none of us Western creators could ever imagine being. He's living the dream for sure right now. Just question, is the stream lagging for you guys? Because right now I'm getting like a lot of things from Streamlabs that I'm lagging, and I feel like none of you guys are complaining, which I'm like, okay, so it's not lagging. But I just want to make sure. I'm just like gonna close out a bunch of these tabs real quick because they might screw up some things. Let's see. But Hidden came in and he dropped a super chat, and I'll get to the ones before that real quick. We're a little bit behind on the whole what's it called, the whole, I'm gonna leave it there, the Sabo agenda, but we'll get there in a second. So Hidden said $5 super chat, drip on point as always, Par. Happy to see Preach here. Yo, this is a long time coming. It was like perfect timing. After 10:55, my Shanks video, his Shanks video, there was no better time. Like, we were scheduling this earlier, but I'm so glad we waited because I wanted to talk about Sabo and Shanks, and then 10:54 and 10:55 were just gold mines for us. Like, it is beautiful. Yeah. Great timing. And then Hidden also said, bro, some people just don't understand that theories are for entertainment purposes and they are educated guesses. Got dudes making some whack ass comments just because I got a theory wrong. We got to shoot our shot, and that's the best you can do when it comes to predicting a story. And a story like One Piece, right? Like, there are details that other people come into the fandom, the community, and they're like, bro, you're reaching. This is too deep. This is too far. But again, Oda drew Wano in what, chapter 300 something, like 311 or something like that. He drew Wano already by then, right? Like, Ace dying, like, some people had that feeling because of that card, and then he died. Like, there's so many different things. Oh, the screen is frozen completely. Okay, so then let's pause real quick. Sorry for the technical difficulties, guys. Let me double check something. This usually doesn't happen. Oh, I am throttling my shit right now, that's why. Okay, 1 second. So this, yo, why is League open? Hello. All right, so then, oh, I can't close that. Let me just get some things. I apologize again, guys, bear with me. Let me just close this. Man, why did League open again? Stay closed. All right, so it should lag really quickly, but then it should fix itself because I just closed a bunch of things. Hopefully it's good now. It's coming back slowly. It's a podcast now. Wait, so you guys can hear, but the screen was frozen. All right, well, that's actually fine then. My internet's solid. It's definitely streamed. The audio seems... Oh, wow. So the audio was fine. It was just the visuals. Okay. So it should fix now. The Ace's introduction literally had people mistaking him for having died. Yeah, like... That's what I'm saying. Like, you know, theories... We gotta shoot our shot. And Oda wants us to. Oda wants us to. For sure. All right, let me know if the stream is good. How long the stream will go on. We're gonna go to like 6:37. If I don't get to all, like, if there's more super chats that accumulate in between when me and Preach talk about Sabo, then I'll save them and I'll address them on my own towards the end of the stream. But I latest 7 I have to go. So that being said, let's see. Uta and Shiki will they be relevant? Mr. Bushido with another 5 super chat. Okay, will they be relevant? Why make them canon? Bullet isn't canon, so we aren't confused about him. Please, Blackbeard Wano for Pluton. If Blackbeard goes to Wano and he gets that poneglyph says Pluton is on Wano. That's a reason for him to go if he doesn't have the knowledge already. As for Uta and Shiki, I'll let Preach respond to that, and then we'll go on to the next one. What do you think about Uta and Shiki?
So I do think that Uta's gonna be canon. What was the Shiki thing?
Just both of them were in movies, but they were chapter 0, and then Uta was in this one, so they're technically canon. Okay. So
yeah,
do you think they're going to be brought in the story somehow?
I think Uta is going to be brought into the story. For Shiki, I don't know, because like he's already an old pirate from the past generation. It seems like, I don't know, I feel like it seems like he should have already been introduced by now. But with Uta, Film Red, and Shanks is like, we know that like now at this point Shanks is going to be so important where I feel like Uta will be introduced in the story in the next arc. If not, then she's just not going to be in it.
Yeah. I think Uta might not be, but there is a world where Shiki is, and it's a sentiment that started in a small place in my mind, but it's growing in real estate. The only issue is that canonically he should be really powerful, and if he is, then he's a person that, you know, maybe he's behind the slave trade. I don't know, like that, you know, if we bring him up, that's something he could do. We don't know. Maybe there's someone on the Rocks Pirates that was introduced and we don't really know, and, you know, can't really say for certain. But let's get to the next super chat. Sky DS with the 200 bits. Wow, thank you. I love One Piece being a place like a mythical pirate city, Libertalia. Interesting. Supposedly founded by pirates, it was meant to be a place where everyone could be free and had a strong stance against slavery, imperialism, and institutional religion. Have you heard of this place? This mythical
Libertalia?
Yeah. Okay.
I have heard about it.
I probably have, but I don't remember. Like, I probably remember the context, but
I actually made a collaboration video with someone, Prince of All Anime.
Oh, the GOAT. Yeah, I know him.
So we did a video on Libertalia before. I do like the idea, because when you think about Libertalia, it's this idea, like how you said, they were against slavery and specifically about freedom.
Yeah.
And that does sound like it could connect with Luffy, Nika, all of that. So yeah.
Got you. Yeah, I don't have much input, but I'm gonna look into that because Hidden Islands like, here. So we have that Rome Piece Part 2, and we're gonna have like a more of mega theories. Yeah. So definitely,
I think Libertalia was like it was in real. I don't know if it's a land where, I don't think it's ever been confirmed that it was real, but more so a story that a lot of people believe that is real. Like even to this day, like a lot of historians will say it's real, even though there's no proof of it.
Yeah. I think those islands are actually important for sure. Actually. Yeah. I'm not going to get into it now because it is Shanks related. I'm saving part 2, but I talked about it on stream before. You guys remember like the Mihawk Don Krieg explanation? That, if you guys remember that's what I'm talking about here. But moving on, we got Chaos, but I like the spelling because it's like KO and then USS, like K-us. So it's pretty cool. But €5 super chat. Thank you, by the way. I hope we still have Lodestar for Nami and creation of log poses that connect with the ship that fall from the sky and Skype. Oh, yeah, you're talking about St. Brice 200. I'm going to make a video on that, actually. In terms of Lodestar for Nami, that's an interesting take. I like that, but I feel like Nami is going to be more tied to the world government backstory. She might even connect back to Wano because she's from Okya Kingdom, which is Tokyo Kingdom backwards. So if you guys heard I teased my part 2 to my Toki theory, the Amatsuki theory, I mean, but we could talk about that later. Mr. Bushido with another super chat in preview for episode Big Mom Falls in the Water. Yeah, I tweeted that. So I think right now, while we're all understanding, and someone in my watch party told me that in Whole Cake Island, when Big Mom fell off the cake, she imagined her, like everyone, there was a scene of her dying or something imagined, and that happened with like Usopp taking down Sugar, like an imagination scene. And so people are saying she imagines she falls in the water, and she opens her eyes and she's on Prometheus. And so that's what that preview's for. But I guess we'll have to see tonight at the watch party. So if you guys want to see episode 1027, come tonight to the watch party. I streamed on Twitch. Today is Ashura. So even if you don't watch the anime regularly, you should watch this episode. And the watch parties are my favorite streams. So okay, so we're basically caught up. Hidden Island, the drip on point. Appreciate you, fam, again. Professor Parr showed up with Preach, voice of all things. Here we go. And then Dan Demand with $2, the Giga Chad himself. He returns. No better smile than Par's D smile. Hey, you're always here making me blush, bro. Thanks for coming through. Appreciate you guys. Thank you guys again for being here. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the conversation and having a great time. Like, yeah, me and Preach, we need to do this again also, so that like clearly we could talk about a lot all the time. So and yo, Preach also has that nice ass radio voice too, like this shit, like announcer voice. Yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah, you know what's crazy? The other day someone was like, "Oh, I think you got multiple personalities," and I'm like, bro, our script on my videos is not a multiple personality. I just sound different because I'm talking specifically how I want to talk in my videos.
Yo, it's because your name is Marshall D. Preach. Everyone thinks Blackbeard has multiple personalities.
Oh, that's the joke.
Yeah. Yo, that's probably what it is. That's probably what it is. But okay. So let's see some if there's any chats right here. Jason just put out a 50-minute video and still ammo to go against it, and it's why I love theory crafting. Ooh, damn. Yeah, whenever someone puts out a long video about something and it starts getting shouted out, I definitely like, because if you put effort like that, that means you love One Piece. Like at the end of the day, like to commit yourself, like to make a channel like Preach or mine or any creator, like they like Larry's a great example from that One Piece talk. A lot of people think that he doesn't like One Piece, but if you guys saw his live reaction, he enjoyed reading the chapter. It's so different, and at the end of the day, like that's, if you're making theories or you're reading this much One Piece, we love it, right? Like
it's like nitpicking at the end of the day, because it's like there's some series, like one of my favorite series was Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Ooh, yeah.
But I could like, because most people are afraid to even say anything negative about that series because they love it so much. For me, I have like so many problems with that series, but it's still one of my favorites. So I can see where some people come from when it's like, like there's some things in One Piece that you don't like.
Oh yeah.
And it is what it is.
Yeah, I'm not the type, like being critical, and most of my things are for the anime, and I can say that because I'm anime only for most of my life. But like, but then there's like attacking animators, like don't do that, and like, but yeah, being critical also doesn't mean that you don't like the series, because like I agree with the Avatar, like most of their problems was like a studio thing, but I loved Avatar. It's so good.
Yeah. Well, it comes from, I think, from a place of how much just how much passion you put into it. Is like you want it to be the best it could be.
Yeah. Hidden Island, actually hyped for this new episode. Been a long time since we got Ashura in the anime. Yeah, it's gonna be crazy. All right, so we got through the super chats. I didn't think we would actually, that was a lot. Thank you guys, appreciate the support. If there's more, I'll touch back on them after 6:30, so in like 40-ish minutes. And then towards like 7 o'clock, I'll start closing it out. But that being said, let's talk about the other side of the revolutionary armies, right? So you also have this video, and I had to close it out, on Sabo, and I really like this video, and I don't know what kind of reaction I think I was the first, I might have been like the first comment on the video, or one of the first comments on the video. I was like, yo, this is dope, or I liked it, I don't remember, but I was reading the comments to see what kind of response you got, because you had such a unique look at it. And a lot of people equate me to the unique looks and taste, but honestly, the one you had is so, like, I thought about it, but I never put it 2 and 2. And in our conversations afterwards, how much I love this theory. And one of the things in the theories, one of the results, one of the points that you made, and this came out in the break month, is that you were saying that Sabo is going to be the face of the revolutionaries. You said word for word, I'm pretty sure, in the video. And then like, and this is when I said a lot of the creators came from a different perspective. I think before I watched that video in my collab with Sai, I was saying my realization was like, oh, he's going to be treated like Sun God Nika, like the liberator. And then I saw your video and I was like, oh my God, that's a symbol of it. So I just wanted to, again, like I've told you plenty of times how much I love that video, but if you can tell, for people who haven't watched it, can you just give a quick like rundown on that video?
Yeah. So that video is kind of crazy because like I showed you, people don't want to believe me, whatever, but it's whatever. I made that theory like 10 months ago.
Yeah.
And I recently remade it because it's like it had like 40 views, no one watched it, and I also thought it was one of my favorite theories that I've made.
Whoa, when you posted it 10 months ago, it had like 40. It has 40 views at this. A Marshall D Preach video at this point is like 100K plus. That's standard. And you're saying 10 months ago you were saying this gold mine was for. The thing is, 10 months ago, you probably had a lot of backlash, and even now during the break month, but not backlash, like not like hard criticism, but like, nah, it's just a design, that kind of thing. Imagine you did that 10 months ago. I could see why people didn't gain traction. But
the thumbnail was trash, my content was trash, quality was trash. But it is what it is. But still though, even when I made that video, it's like that was one of my favorite theories. And it's like, even when I made it, like you said, that video didn't do numbers, it didn't get that much views. I don't really care, but the thing is, when I actually talk about it in the video, everything that I said really is more from like a logical perspective. Like it actually makes sense when I break it down.
Yeah.
So the idea is basically that Sabo, he's the next generation, like Luffy, like Ace. He's gonna be the face of the revolution. Dragon trained him. He's inheriting Dragon's will. Dragon is the revolutionary. So by extension of that, now you have Sabo, who has inherited all his ideologies, everything from he wants to free people. And when you look at it from Dragon's perspective, he's always in the shadows. Like when I just look at Dragon, it's like this dude, he doesn't look like a figure that you would look at as like a hero or like a godlike figure, how they're worshiping Sabo. Like Dragon, I would not want him as the face. He's really shady, like he just disappears into thin air like a ghost.
And that is the whole point of the world government's propaganda, right? Like
exactly.
Even if Dragon succeeds, he has to overcome this long-standing presentation of him being the world's worst and dangerous criminal, to the point where even the Straw Hat Pirates, when they were told, they were all freaking, everyone was like, the fuck are we talking about? We're under Luffy, and Luffy's dad is that, and they even to them as pirates, that's scary, right? So for sure with like Sabo being the face, it would be better. And
Sabo, like Sabo's always been down for this kind of, like, even when we saw him before, he was always going against his family. He was always going against that kind of lifestyle. So even though like he was influenced by Dragon, he always at his core had that belief system, and it just grew even more. But and then we can get into the hat and whatever, like
and
that the hat stuff is like really speculative, I would say, but I do think it just fits with this idea.
So before you get into it, just want to establish 1054 at the end of it. We see exactly what Preach said, and I didn't see the video, the original video, but I imagine you still had the same energy and more, in that Sabo would be the face. We see that he's the face. He has more. They're saying he has more influence than Dragon, and they're treating him like a god. And so like so many different angles, and so now in terms of Sabo being the face, what does that mean to Preach?
Yeah. So for Sabo being the face, it's like he's the next generation. They can get behind this idea. He also embodies the light, how you see with like the fruit. Even Blackbeard said it's the light versus the darkness. Sabo is the light. He's the hope. He's the inspiration. And it's like, to me, it's also like Sabo is a good-hearted person. Like you could tell when you meet Sabo, just like how when a lot of people meet Luffy in a similar way, you could tell that deep down he wants what's best for humanity, for people. He's really mature about the way he goes about things. Like we even saw when he was a kid, he was the one stepping in between Ace and Luffy. So like Sabo is just a natural leader. So Sabo is just someone that you can always get behind and follow, even though it's a crazy ideology, even though it's a radical movement. Sabo, like as the face, makes so much more sense. Like this is where if you put Sabo there, now you see, if you see right now, like you have multiple countries doing their own revolutions against the world government, and that's really what it's about. Like even though he might not be stronger, that doesn't matter. Like the whole point of the revolutionary so far was recruiting people, freeing different nations, bringing people in, and Sabo as the main guy, just it fits perfectly with what they're trying to do.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Like it We talk so much about this. So, sorry, my wife called just now, but so if we're saying this about Sabo, right? And like in the story, we use symbols a lot to symbolize, like Luffy, the straw hat, right? So, would you know? There's an obvious segue. What is Sabo's symbol? Does he have one?
Well, yeah. See, that's the thing. Like, okay, so if you want to say the straw hat is so important, maybe it's not as important, but Sabo's hat is a crazy relevance that I think is going to be important. When you look at Sabo's hat, he already had it when he was a kid, right? So it's not like a new thing. And then now, like when you look at it, it has the goggles. It's the top hat.
Yeah.
Now, when you look at the commanders, we have 3 of the 4 commanders. They put the goggles on their head.
Yeah.
Like, is that a coincidence? Probably not, because he had it since day 1. And you even see Koala, like someone who is so close to Sabo. She also has it now. So like, what is this whole symbol? Well, basically what it is it's showing that Sabo is the one that they all in some way decided we're gonna make him the face. And Dragon, like he would be cool with it. Like you can tell that he really took in Sabo and cared for him in a different way.
Yeah. And just to show the chat what, like, so Sabo had it from day 1, and in general, like, there is one guy, I tried to fact check this, but when we look at when they picked up Sabo, like, nobody had this getup. Nobody had it except for this dude. And I was like, is this Sabo's hat? And I looked at the thing. It looks like his own hat, right? But even like Inazuma didn't have anything. And so like, it's very interesting. It's almost like Oda either wanted to create, because it's like you said, it's like, okay, Sabo had this as a child, and then all like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the main revolutionary characters that we know of have the exact same style, and it's so interesting. You like, why would Oda's very particular about designs, right? When we look at Dressrosa, everyone's like the Latin vibe, you know, like all of this, and it's like, obviously he's going to be particular, and it's almost like he designed the revolutionaries from the beginning to be like that. Because like, when we look at, even if you were to make this stretch, but like, even like Inazuma, who is pretty up there in the Revolutionary Army, they have like they had glasses that they wore over their head, but in some things, I'm pretty sure I saw some things where they put them on their forehead, just like Sabo. So Inazuma had them when we were introduced, but then later, once we found out the Sabo stuff, we get the up top, and it's very interesting. It makes you wonder if Oda had this design played out at the very beginning. So
if you look at like the hats too, it's like, I know people have spoken before about Ace's hat, and I don't have my own theory on that, but I do know that there's some people that think that Ace's hat is more of a symbol too.
Yeah, I think Ace's hat like has the smile sad thing, and it's like, it's about the paths of like what he could choose, and so there's like one option, and he chose, it's weird. I definitely think there is something there, but we haven't gone into there. But Oda is particular about the hat. I mean, all 3 of them had particularly designed hats for sure.
Yeah, and so I think too is like, now when you put those goggles on top of your hat, it's like a specific symbol. Like, if anyone does it throughout the world, they might see it, or they might see someone do it. It's like maybe showing support or something. Because we even see, I think in Dressrosa, maybe in like the movies, or we've seen people wear glasses and they still put the goggles on top. So it's not like, because people tell me, oh, it's maybe a protection for the eyes, whatever. But like, we've seen people wear glasses and still have the goggles on top. It's just like a really interesting detail.
Yeah, and so if you guys haven't seen that video, the full video, it's like 15 minutes, I think. It was really good. If you remember the title, one of my mods can grab it and then link in the chat. I would definitely recommend that because it needs more love. And I also, like, you guys know me, I love this kind of theory, right? It's the funniest thing because it's a theory that Preach was saying that even now is a lot of people didn't vibe with, and I vibe with it. I vibe with it heavy, and it made, I think I mentioned to you in my 1053 reaction, or 1054 reaction and 1055 reaction, when I saw all of the Sabo stuff, I'm like, yo, Preach is on point with this. And
it's funny because like people were commenting like, oh, so wear the hat, so what? It's nothing important. It's like, yeah, maybe it is just like a little detail and whatever, but I
Yeah,
don't know.
like even I'm looking in this picture, there's like a few people, most people don't have heads, like not heads, head like wear. This one might be headwear. It looks like his hair's tied, but the one person with a hat has goggles on it. In the picture at the end of 10:54, when Sabo was being cheered in the crowd, there's one person who has it, and I'm like, yo, like Oda, we couldn't just draw one hat. Like even this person with the hat has a goggle thing.
Yeah, there's even the scene when I think it's like after Dressrosa, Dragon's getting some information, and there's like a guy bringing it to him in the Revolutionaries, and he has the goggles on his head too.
Yeah, and so, wait, what if the things on their hats are what they want to destroy? Luffy's in the red line, Sabo is goggles, like how Celestial Dragon's glasses are smashed in twice in the series. That's interesting. That is, whoa, that's I was thinking the glasses are like the filter or something, but that's an interesting take that like, some sort of like, you know, I always think that the Celestial Dragons are like an illusionary god. And so glasses are like, you know, you put them on to avoid illusions. Like, you know, you know, if you don't wear glasses, you might not see the world correctly. So I like that take. That's great. So, and that's what I'm saying. That's what's dope about this theory, that like there's so much narrative value to it too. So again, if you guys haven't seen that video, go watch it. I'm sure a lot of you guys might have, because it's Preach. Like, why wouldn't you? But now when I talked to him about it, like I felt in the video, I was like, it feels like you had more to it. It feels like you were restricting some of your creative reaches, I would say. And then I messaged you and you're like, bro, yes, like literally. So do you want to share? I think you said it was in the original video and you took it out because you didn't want, you developed as a creator, you got too big, and you were like, I can't have this take associated with me. But I was like, nah, I'm bringing it up.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna have to unprivate the video one day, or maybe I'm gonna have to do it right now.
On it, do it for sure. So yeah,
it's like, I'm telling you, it has like 60 views.
Do it.
It's a bad video. All right. Let's see. Yeah, I'll do that today. So the take that I had that was like just out there, like there's actually a few out there. The first one I think I briefly mentioned in this video was, we see Robin put her glasses. She has the glasses outfit in Dressrosa. That's the same arc that we see Sabo, that they reunite with Koala Sabo in Dressrosa, and I feel like we see Robin put her glasses on top of her hat, and I'm not saying like it was intentionally by Robin to put a sign out there to show that she was in it, but I'm saying it could be a hint from Oda, you know, that this is something with the Revolutionaries, specifically a sign of revolution, because we know Robin's one of the most important characters in the Revolutionaries, the light, the flame of the revolution. Once again, like Sabo is the light of the revolution now, because you know he has a devil fruit. Similar to the flame too, with the flame fruit, and it's like that could be a stretch, right? Because now you're saying, oh, now Robin did this and that, and it's not even goggles, it's just the glasses. Then it becomes even more of a stretch, because now we're going into where it's like Kobe. I even brought this up in the video. It's like in my original video that we see Kobe put his goggles on top of his headband. It's like he's not even wearing a hat, so now it's becoming more of this and that. But if you want to think about it, you know, Dragon and Garb, they're connected in some way. Just the same way that Dragon trained Sabo and took him under his wing mostly. Same ideologies. I feel like Kobe is similar with Garb. It's like he took a lot of his ideologies, learned from him. And maybe, you know, it's a stretch, maybe it's a reach, but I feel like Kobe, if that's a symbol, it could at least show that he has support for the revolution. You know, we know that Dragon said, we're not going against the government, we're going against the Celestial Dragons specifically. And like if that's the point of the revolution and Kobe knows that, then it's like, okay, maybe he wants to represent it and show support for it in a small way. Then the next one is even worse, because now it's Kid, which Kid, like, I don't even know the relevance of that, but Kid also has goggles he puts on his head, and maybe you have some ideas on that. But
so, I mean, well, we'll focus back on the Kobe thing, but the Kid one, if you put the My Godfather Shanks video in this perspective, of Shanks and Dragon being opposing sides, right? And if Shanks wronged Kid in that way, and Dragon we know is taking in refugees and kids. Sabo's one of them, and we saw a whole island, Baltigo, he had a whole army of people, kids being trained, and Koala's another one. And so maybe Kid had an interaction with the revolutionaries, and that again, when it comes to endgame theories, I'm biased towards the ones that end up connecting all the loose end characters like that. So if Kid and is connected in that way, that would be interesting. There's a lot less, I would say, like you said, you kept it out of the video because it was a weaker one and you don't want to hurt the overall thing. And I don't think it's weaker from the perspective of like possibilities for Kid, because at the end of the day, it's a blank slate when it comes to Kid. I think we have to look at something traumatic. We have to look at something like crazy. I mean, Oda gave him like the metal rock band look, and when you think of like metal rock band, that kind of vibe, we're thinking like childhood trauma, like teenage angst kind of thing, you know what I mean, like a little bit. So maybe that's the vibe we're getting from there. But so the Kid one aside, let's go back to Kobe. So Kobe is an interesting spot, right? Because he's in Sword, and he's essentially like a mini Garp, except he isn't jaded, right? Like Garp is just like, lack of better words, he's the world government dog at this point. He hates the Celestial Dragons, but at God Valley he was there, right? Like, and he's fought on the side of the Celestial Dragons, and he's still upholding their values. Whereas Kobe doesn't have to be that way. We saw him going against high rank every single step of the way. He's been enforcing his justice. When it came to Marineford, he was willing to sacrifice his life because his justice wouldn't allow this nonsense that Akainu is perpetuating. And so then we find out he's in Sword on top of that. So, and we know for a fact that all of these like Marines, even Aokiji to a point, they cross the line, in terms of what the Marines could do. Like Aokiji saved Robin. We saw Garp saved Ace. Now, maybe Kobe's transgressions is that he's associated with the revolutionary armies. I think it makes a lot of sense. I mean, he tries to hide his connection to Luffy, but he can't hold that in. So, and he's reading the news too, right? So like, we have never seen anything against the revolutionaries from his mouth or anything in that vein. But like, now when we're talking about Kobe being in that way, he was sent to Boa to deal with that, so he's not connected with the Reverie in that light. But now, do you think that is this connection grounds to connect revolutionaries to Sword more heavily?
Yeah, I do think that there's a possibility, because if you look at it, like I said, Garp and Dragon, there has to be something there. Maybe they had a fight or whatever, like they have disagreements from the past, but if you think about like how Garb just he's there in the government, but like this whole time he's thinking in his mind like, he doesn't want to work for the Celestial Dragons. I do wonder about Kobe, like I said, the other possibility is that it's just a symbol of support. Like maybe he's not connected really directly, and he's just saying, yeah, like how the same way that he supports Luffy, even though he shouldn't, he supports Sabo.
Yeah.
So yeah, there could be a lot of ways that you could look at it. I know there are Sword and revolutionary theories though, and I know like I think I've even brought it up just as like a quick point. But it's like, I don't know, because at the end of the day, like even in my recent video, I also had one. It was about the Civil War, where I think that there could be a civil war within the world government.
Oh no, I agree with that 100%.
And Garb will be one of the leaders of it.
Yeah, my voice, part of my Amatsuki theory basically is saying that I think the Void Century was comprised of worldwide civil wars, and every faction took a side on a global scale, and so the world government was the one that came out of the civil war, and so they're preventing more civil wars in some way of faction by being the prevailing force. And so without leaking some of the things, I think that is going to repeat. I think in my last podcast thing for 1054, I was saying that right now we're set up really, really heavily for Marines versus world government, for there to be not mutiny, but like a split faction. Definitely that. So continuing on the Civil War, as you're saying.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just what it is. Like, if you look at it, the government is the last main point of balance. Like, we had the Yonko, the warlords, and now really is the Marines that are left. And if you look at the trend, it's like the Marines are going to crumble at a certain point where, you know, there will be a civil war. Akainu, I think, will side with the Celestial Dragons at the end. But I don't know. I just feel like even though Sabo is being looked at as a god, it would be crazy if we see like, if we start seeing like throughout the world, people start wearing the goggles on top of their hats in those, especially in those specific islands. That's gonna be a crazy, like, for me personally.
No, yeah, this is why I love the theory, because I think that might happen. I actually, because we see what other people are making straw hats wherever Luffy went, right? When Usopp made it has a statue. He's the god Usopp. He's revered, right? Reverence comes with associated like connection, and I want to be like them. They're now my role model. And so, like in my Nolan video, I was saying that was the reason why I think the Gorosei took down Nolan, because he was inspiring people to become inventors. So by painting him as a liar, they broke that thing that Roger did. Roger manipulated the whole situation to inspire everyone to become pirates, to find the One Piece. So in that same line, I think this is for sure what's going to happen, right? And we're seeing the underground symbolism that's involved with groups, right? On Wano, everybody knew that crescent moon symbol on your ankle meant you were associated with the rebellion, right? So in that same line, the goggles might be like, yo, are you with it? And then like, yeah, you see the goggles, like that could be something that's there, for sure. And so this is a great segue into the other part. You didn't mention him, but you mentioned him in our DMs, and I said I'll bring him up. And so what's interesting, and there's another creator I want to shout out on TikTok. He made this theory recently, and it's growing on me for sure, especially this is what I was talking about, like there's so many different theories here, yours, his, mine, that all connect on this point. And that last person is Koza from Arabasta. And he, if you guys remember, he was the leader of the rebellion that was happening on Arabasta. So he's Vivi's childhood friend, and he was the main person going against Vivi's dad. And so now a lot of people also think that he might be the king because Vivi's Cobra's dead now, and so he might rise. But look at this interesting detail, guys. He has glasses, bro. He has glasses already. What is the point of these goggles?
Not even glasses, like specifically goggles.
Like, yeah, like he has glasses already, and then he has goggles around his neck. Like, what's the point of, why did Oda give him double glasses? That's some nonsense right there, right? Like that's intentional. Like Oda drew Koza knowing that he was gonna have Arabasta back in the spotlight, and is like, you know what, this guy needs goggles too. So, and I don't want to hear that it's because it's in a desert, but like he's the only one that has it. He's a leader. Han, you cut out. Han, it cut out.
Oh, sorry about that. Oh, it cut out. I was gonna say, I don't want to hear that it's because they're in a desert. Like, he's the only one that has that and he's like the leader of the revolution in Alabasta.
Yeah, ain't nobody have goggles in. I looked through some of the panels. There were nobody had these goggles.
And so I want to say this real quick. I made that video public. I don't know if you can see it yet. Maybe it'll show up soon, but October 1st, 2021 was when I made that video.
Okay. Damn.
So yeah, like 10 months ago. But the next thing too is we're actually having a video on our channel coming up. Wizard of Oz he's been on this, like he wants Koza, or he's been saying that Koza will be the king of Alabasta, how you said. And I even told him, like, we're looking at the goggles and stuff, and like now he's making this whole video about it. It's coming out probably in the next few days or so. But yeah, I think people are gonna start noticing this whole symbol.
Yeah. I think
you know what's crazy too is, like, my idea when he first brought that up to me was what if Koza was inspired by Sabo, and then that's like how he wanted to make his own revolution? Like they might not even be connected and like tied in the same way. They might not be in the same organization. They could be. That would be cool too. But like, what if it's just like he saw this as a way to make a change and actually do something about it, and he saw Sabo as like a light or as an inspiration to make an uprising.
Yeah.
Even back in like 2 years ago.
Yeah, no, I think the thing I'm gonna drop right now. Maybe you share it with Ors, maybe he checks it out. But okay, so let me read this comment from Cold Killa because it relates. He says, I think it's disingenuous to label current state of affairs in world government as balanced, because that insinuates that a free world would be imbalanced. Yeah, that is a point I brought up in the Godfather Shanks video. It's the status quo, but to say something like Shanks and Garp are helping to keep the balance of the world is misleading. Also, so keep the balance in my video. I was saying more so that Garp just doesn't, like, he has a line where it's like, as long as there's no blood dropped, it's peace. Like that's his definition of peace. Bloodless justice, I guess. But Shanks is keeping the balance so that it doesn't fall too in the favor of the other side, right? He is a pirate who's like managing different things, and so obviously like the way the Gorosei talk about it is the imbalance, the great cleansing, and so Shanks is kind of like dealing with that balance, and Blackbeard is a clear person who's breaking that balance, and so that's why Shanks would want to stop that. But so at the end he says, also Koza from Arabasta is dope. I hope they dismantle the monarchy to have a more equal nation. So now that part. So the thing that I want to add to this is there's a creator on TikTok. I don't know if he's here, but he has a lot of great takes. His name is it's DZL official. That's his TikTok handle, and I'll put it in the description of this thing. And so he has this theory. He developed it, and honestly, I've heard bits and pieces, like things, but I haven't heard anyone put it all together the way he did. And it's a really great theory, and it's growing on me. I had pushback, and he addressed it, and so he's a great creator. Love talking with him. And so he was saying that there's a world where Crocodile is a revolutionary. On the surface, how do you feel about that?
No, that's interesting, especially like we already know that he's tied to them. I don't think that he is a revolutionary. One thing that I think about is like, what if Crocodile found out about Pluton and or at least that it was something with Alabasta tied to it from the revolutionaries? You know, because
so
it seems
he found
like,
out because of the revolutionaries.
Yeah, like what if he found out that Alabasta was so important because of Dragon or because of just his past, and maybe he was a revolutionary in the past.
Right.
I don't think he is now, but it is an interesting way to bring him back, especially with what's going on right now. So
yeah. So his thinking, and again, like I asked you that part because it's one of the, like, I have these theories all the time where I tell you the headline, the tagline, and most people are gonna be like, nah, no, you know, like, and then I give the explanation. They're like, all right, hold on, you know. And so this one is one of those things where he told me, and I was like, And then the more he explained it, his video, he didn't drop more details. He's remaking the video, and he's going to put it on YouTube. So I'll link it in the description too. And but essentially, the way he was describing it was after in Impel Down, Ivankov didn't want to escape until he realized that Luffy was the son of Dragon. After that, that's when he was just like, oh shit. Like, my commander, like, we'll only move if Dragon commands us to. But Ivankov, like, was just like, okay, we can't wait for Dragon's orders. Like, Luffy's his kid. This is happening. We'll just go along. We'll move the mission now. So Ivankov mobilized the Revolutionary Army agenda because of that situation. Now, when we look at Crocodile in Impel Down, in the cover stories, I don't know if you remember this, but Miss Golden Week, she broke everybody out. She broke in and broke everybody out of Impel Down, or of out of jail. But Crocodile, Mr. 1 and Mr. 2 all stayed. They all stayed. And the biggest question is, like, why would Crocodiles want to stay in Impel Down? And so his line of reasoning was like, he probably had a mission with the Revolutionary Army, and he didn't, like, now that he failed it, he was staying in there and he was waiting for the thing to mobilize. And so once he saw Ivankov, he was just like, oh wait, we're breaking out, and then that puts more context to the secret that Ivankov knows. And so he gave an explanation to, like, you know, everyone has the Croco Mom theory, whether that can be true or not. That situation with Ivankov, it would make more sense if Crocodile had a history with the revolutionaries in some light. And then the next part he brought up was in Marineford, Crocodile first went after Whitebeard again because of a personal agenda, right? But then when he found out that Luffy was the son of Dragon, what did we see after? I think everybody can agree that whenever Luffy was being like blitzed or attacked by someone who could have threatened him, Crocodile stepped in every single time. And we're all like, why is bro doing this? Bro got rocked in Arabasta, and then he's just like helping him out. And so maybe it's because same line of Ivankov finding out that Luffy's Dragon's son. Once Crocodile realized that, he's like, fuck, like I actually have to help him. Like like I'm not gonna make it blatant, but I'm gonna try, you know. And that's what we saw. And so then it goes back to this, where so this is the really nice parallel, and I wrote it out in our DMs with him. Let me just say that real quick. And the reason why I brought this up is because, you know, the goggles theory connects back, and I want to hear your opinion. So let me just share the rest of the idea, and then
you know what this is getting me to realize is, like, even though this is all, like, I believe that Croc has some kind of history with them, but if you could take it a step further and now say they were looking for Robin for so long. And she was the light of the revolution, the flame, and it's like, well, Croc's the one that ended up with Robin for so long. So it's like maybe that could be also how he knew about Robin and her importance.
It's exactly. There's so many things, because it's like the fact that Crocodile had Robin and everybody wants her, and the one group, Revolutionary Armies, like loved her. It makes sense that, like, and we know Robin, believe it or not, Robin is a huge part of the underworld. She, from childhood to when we saw her with Baroque Works, she was bouncing around in organizations, and she was taking them down. She was taking them down every step of the way. And then we got to Baroque Works, where we saw that happen, and then she joined the Straw Hats. So she wasn't necessarily a part of bringing Crocodile down, but she, you know, loosely was. And so to the add on to this situation, in terms of warlords, who does Crocodile get associated with, like in comparison wise? Is Doflamingo, right?
Yeah, Doflamingo, yeah.
And so what's interesting about that, they were both warlords, they're both pirates, and they're both trying to take over the nation. Now, if Doflamingo was a celestial dragon warlord, it would be crazy if the difference is that Crocodile was a revolutionary warlord. And so creating that dichotomy of, like, if we're further associating them to the world, and Crocodile will be relevant later, that could be the reason why, because not the reason why, that could lend itself to more of a reason why it's related. And we do know, and I mentioned before, that at a certain point Oda stretched the story, and I think that after Arabasta is when he started to put in the works to stretch everything out. But like I mentioned before, Oda is drawing the moon, the lunar cycle, all the way into Alabasta. So when you think about that, that kind of means that, like, we were introduced to Dragon in Drum Island, actually, well, in Logtown, but like at the beginning of Vivi's like story arc, we were introduced to Dragon in terms of, like, he's this evil pirate. I think the one of the kings at the reverie that Wapol was a part of brought up Dragon, or I forget exactly. But he's brought up there, and that's the beginning of, like, the Baroque Works stuff when Vivi was brought in. So it's not too crazy to associate Dragon in some way in this storyline. And if it ends up on Arabasta, then, and we see Koza with the goggles, now the big question is, Crocodile, we know he's a warlord. And if you guys watch my Godfather Shanks video, it's like there's a whole underworld. There's a whole underworld, and Oda is very particular in connecting all the people through that. Now, the main thing in the arc in Arabasta was that the rebels didn't have enough weapons. And so then I was like, bro, like, what if the revolutionaries were supplying Crocodile with the resources to have this coup d'etat? Because a lot of people are saying, like, we know the Nefertari was one of the original celestial dragons. Maybe originally that was the intention to override them. And then Crocodile went above and beyond. And I think there was an example he said, he can explain this better, but like, just because there is an organization doesn't mean that there's not bad apples in every organization. We see that across the board. There's a lot of people who go against the grain even in their organization. Some can even say Sabo would be. If Sabo actually killed Cobra, that's not a revolutionary take. But even the way Sabo's doing things, it, like you said, Dragon likes to stay in the shadows, whereas Sabo is being more confrontational about these things, right? Like when he wanted to free Kuma, everyone's like, whoa, we're not trying to do this, but we are, and he's like, we are. And so Dragon's like you know, it's a different context with that. And so with the weapons thing, something that I was realizing was like, there's this ship, and like Mr. One and what's his face, Miss Doublefinger, I think, they brought the weapons to the rebels, and it was just like so impactful. But the other thing that I was thinking about was, the other thing that we associate Dragon with is like weather and that kind of stuff. And what did Crocodile use dance powder to oppress the nation? How did he know about that? He said he had to acquire it. He had to get enough money to buy silver. Silver is how you make dance powder. He had to buy it, and then he had to manufacture it. So how do you get that knowledge? Maybe Dragon had that knowledge. And when we're thinking about like these things, we know that like they're going, the revolutionaries are going to Dressrosa. They found the drunken iron ore. They are in the weapons place, and the reason we know that is because on 1054, where's this panel? 1054. I don't know if we talked about this, but in Sabo's page, they have the Shimotsuki flag being flown. Mm-hmm. And so we already know, I don't know if you knew this, but I think they established this in the anime. It's the same panels, but in the anime or in SBS, they clarified when Sabo was rescued by Dragon, Sabo was on Shimotsuki Island when he recovered. So Shimotsuki, we know Kozuburo is making swords. And so like you look at like the armies, you see like the katanas every once in a while. And I'm like, yo, that's Kozuburo. And then we look at Arabasta and we see more katanas. And that's not significant. That's not like the what's it called? That island used a lot of different weapons. It wasn't just katanas. So it's just like, maybe this is like a way that the revolutionaries were supplying them the whole time. I'm not sure, but there's definitely a plot line with Crocodile being part of the revolutionaries, Koza being inspired, like you were saying, from a young age, because we don't know actually when Sabo started claiming his role. You know what I mean? Being the face. We don't know that timeline. We do know that, you know, he was probably influential for a lot of the time, from what we're understanding. But yeah, what do you think about the more full idea around this?
Yeah, that there's a lot of things to dissect. There's like, first of all, you said the thing about the weapons is like, we even saw Blackbeard. He was going and looting up the base of the revolutionaries. I mean, it implies that they have some kind of weapons or some important assets that they want. And then also, if you look at Robin again, I want to just bring up, because we never really found out exactly why they wanted Robin so bad. We can imply it's because the history, is because the weapons, but I think it would be interesting if Dragon wanted to know the history so he could expose the history and take down the celestial dragons. But then Crocodile was the one who wanted the weapons, and he took it to a different route where he's like, you guys don't want to actually activate the weapon. We know Robin is the one that stated to activate the weapons.
Yeah.
So
and the other thing too is Crocodile's method of taking over the country was the same method that the revolutionaries were doing. He joined the rebels. He empowered the rebels. He was instigating them to take over, though from a bad place. But like at the end of the day, that I think that's like the understanding too, is like Doflamingo being a celestial dragon, we understand how that's a problem, right? That's a very blatant understanding that he'd be corrupt. Now, but the understanding is also the revolutionaries could also take it too far too. And if Crocodile is part of revolutionary, this is an example of why the revolutionaries could be seen in an evil light, right? And I mean, like, even if you bring this to a real world standard, and there's more more controversial, but like a lot of people say that the US is more involved in global wars than it should be, and you know, we instigate coups in places where we shouldn't, and that, like, you know, from one person's perspective it's a good thing, another person's perspective it's a bad thing. And this is an example of, yeah, like, this is wrongly like coup d'etat-ing a country that we don't know the exact state of affairs, like, to that extent, but we do know that there were issues. They had a drought, all that stuff, right? And this is like taking advantage of this understanding, right? Like that this is a country in an issue. We're gonna blame the king, and we're gonna have a coup d'etat. So it's like it's kind of like that.
And we know Oda likes to do this too, because we even saw it with Arlong. You know, we saw Jinbei, we saw the effects of Fisher Tiger, but then Arlong was, like how you say, he took it too far.
Yeah, exactly.
And he doesn't want to let go of like, if you look at Jinbei and Arlong, how they were impacted by Fisher Tiger, they still have the same lessons instilled. But like, Arlong could never, even when it was with Koala, he could never fully accept a human in the right way. Even a little girl that's innocent.
Exactly.
And like, you could see just a massive difference in their philosophy even to that day.
I think, in my opinion, I think Arlong in that koala situation was he was trying really hard to stay angry, stay mad. Even Koala's situation showed him how like a human can be good, but he didn't want to believe it. He didn't want to believe that someone could be could connect to him, could associate to him. He wanted to deny that. And that, I think that's the thing, right? Denying that your predisposition to the world could be wrong. And that's what Arlong saw in Koala. That's what, you know, Crocodile or a revolutionary, you know, if you're against all celestial dragons and Arabasta was, you know, their king's, the royalty is a celestial dragon lineage, then they're an example where they're not evil. Not all celestial dragons have to be evil, because technically he would be one. And we see that across the board, where it's like, regardless of what your take is, regardless of what you see the world as, it's not the whole world. Someone's gonna prove you wrong, and I think that point is being addressed through Luffy through and through. How many times have we seen a character that people hate, but Luffy is like, you know what, you're good. Like, I can sense that you're good. I feel that you have good. And his crew's like, based off of what? And the point is, it's like Luffy doesn't take those predispositions. He judges you by the now, and he judges you by what you're gonna do next. And if that next thing is wrong, he'll slap the shit out of you. But if he'll believe in you there, right? And that's the thing that other people have to learn, right? Not all fishmen are like, you know, not even that. Fishmen aren't evil. Fishmen aren't savages. All of that, right? And like, but that same notion, it's like they oppressed the fishmen, like they're savages, they're evil, all that stuff. Like, well, you probably saw one or two. You only saw the ones that were angry at you. Same proxy. Otahime's like, this is just a celestial dragon human. It's not all humans. Same thing across the board, right? How many people hate Caribou because all the shit that he did, and then Luffy's just like, all right, if I see you now, I see you, we're good. So like, you could come onto the boat at least. I'm not saying he's crew, but like, I also have to shout that out because DZL, the guy who made the whole crocodile thing, he loves Caribou. He loves Caribou. So hopefully if he sees the VOD, shout outs to DZL. So it's DZL on TikTok. And I'll put the link in the description. But I really like the crocodile thing because again, with your idea, I think this expands it where Koza being a revolutionary, inspired, connected, it makes so much sense.
Yo, One Piece what is it, TikTok?
Oh yeah, it's on TikTok. It's DZL.
Man, One Piece TikTok sounds lit.
It is. I started on TikTok.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I
think
didn't know.
You did tell me about that. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that there was an anime community. I made my first TikTok, it blew up, and then people were like, yo, you would be great on YouTube. Go on YouTube. I was like, what? there's a YouTube for this? All right, cool. And then the rest is history. So like, I think it was like November last year when I started YouTube or something. So
so you're bigger on TikTok still, or
no, TikTok hates me. TikTok, because my format used to be on like 1 minute videos are better, and I'm making 55-minute videos, so TikTok's not my realm, but it is a good place to blow up on. But you don't need that because you're Marshall D. Preach, right? Like, so you don't need that. So
I've been thinking about doing shorts, doing TikTok, but I have no idea.
Yeah. So let me that One Piece talk came through. Larry, what's up? So they've been in the chat. They super chatted. Yo, thank you for the $10 super chat, Larry. To the Most High, if any of you visionaries haven't liked the stream, make sure you do. Keep pushing the bar par. Much love. Yo, appreciate you. And like, I gotta apologize, bro. Moms can't wait. Yo, thanks for stopping by. Yeah, TikTok hates us a lot more. They just hate success, essentially. You just have to push through it. So that it is what it is on TikTok. But it's definitely a fun place. Because a lot of people do lives, just like casual lives, and so I love going in there after the chapter drops just to hear the chaos. Like the 1054, 1055, the Green Bull talk. It was crazy. It's crazy. I have to go back on more though.
That's another thing I want to say, because like people always say it's toxic, right? Things are toxic. Power scaling is toxic. Whatever. Like, to me, it's just, if something is toxic, that means it's fun, because you could say it's toxic, whatever, but at the end of the day, like, bro, like, we're just, when I see people power scaling, it's just for fun, but like, it's just. Yeah, and even though it can get heated, but that's the fun part of it.
Yeah, getting heated and people being don't realize passionate.
That. Like, certain people just like to argue. Like, I like to argue. And at the end of the day, so it's like, it's whatever it is. Like, you don't have to take it so serious at the end of the day.
Yeah. So and the thing is, like being heated is like, that's a form of passion. If you're being heated on something, you're passionate. And now like, it gets to a point where there is a line, right? Like insulting somebody for their take or opinion, right? Sometimes you gotta agree to disagree, right? But like, passion isn't a bad thing. Passion is not a bad thing, for sure.
I find it hilarious, just from an outside perspective watching it. I just.
Oh yeah, 100%. Wait, hold on, it cut off a little bit.
Oh no, I just find it hilarious. Like, I mean, some people find it toxic. I just laugh and I enjoy the show.
Yeah, it's a great time. So that being said, here we'll go. So if you guys have questions for us, we'll start like winding down. I'll close it off a little bit before 7. We've been talking for like 3 hours ish. So send your questions in the chat, and I'll and Preach, if you see something, pick it out. But that being said, so like, I just want to conclude like the major part. And so, thank you guys for tuning in to the Voice of All Things. Today we talked about Shanks, and I wasn't alone today. He buster called, whichever one, because like, honestly, he is the powerhouse here, and he had the great takes on Shanks that, counter my Godfather Shanks one. So I really appreciate you being here. Thank you guys, everyone, for listening. Thank you, Preach, for being here. Again, we're just going to go through some of the chats for if Preach has, if you guys have questions for him or for me, we'll talk about them. And so Preach, just for the people who don't know, if you guys don't know who Preach is already, you should know. So talk your talk, where to go, where to find you, any future plans, tease any future videos that you got, that kind of thing.
Yes, you can find me on YouTube, Marshall D. Preach, do theories, on Twitter, Instagram. I guess I might have to start a TikTok eventually. Maybe TikTok works out good, but yeah, you can find me on YouTube for the most part. And I love making theories. It's mostly for fun. I just did it for fun, but ended up being relatively successful. So just ended up being even more fun.
Relatively. All right, this bro. I gotta call you out on that one.
It's a humble brag, bro. I can't be too cocky.
Yeah, you can't, so I will. Bro says a relatively successful. Can we just go through my subs real quick? Like, okay, popular uploads. 580,000 views, 337. Bro is like O'Hara level at this moment, and he's doing it at like a rookie. He's a supernova through and through, one of the brightest stars for sure. And like the thing is, like, a lot of the creators, you know, it's funny because you guys are like, yo, collab, and like we all have like our schedules and it's busy, and like I imagine for you too, Preach, it's like getting your own videos out on a timely matter with your life behind it, and like it takes a lot of time, right? And so, but a lot of the creators are talking behind the scenes, and we're trying to set these things up. So
you know what, too, like, to me, it's like I spend like a month straight just watching every video, trying to figure out how to make my videos better, because my videos at first were like 5,000 views, whatever, and it's like I really wanted to make them better. Thumbnails, from like thumbnails to editing, you know, every aspect of it. And I do think that that's what it takes, because like I noticed a huge difference, to the point where it's like I at this point I edit every little pause out of my audio. Yeah, and it makes a difference, man. Like every little detail, if you really want to make your video good, it does matter in the end.
Yeah. I definitely need to get on, like, in terms of you, like I've said this before, like Preach has been, you know, very helpful. We talk about strategy, we talk about like YouTube, we talk about a lot of stuff.
That's all I love. Like if you want to talk about thumbnails, how to make that better, just strategy, like I love all that. Like that's what I love to talk about. But.
Yeah, we talk a lot behind the scenes. And that being said, when it comes to these things and how they matter, we have an example. This Sabo theory that didn't get as much traction now, which is upsetting to me, which is why I'm blowing it up even more. You know, like the original video of this, which is probably even more fun, and it's the same Preach who's talking right here, right now. I mean, the main difference is you're telling me is editing and thumbnails, and that video got 60 views and this one got 26,000 views. You know what I mean? So it's like, it does matter. It does matter. And like, you're killing it, bro. Big fan. I love your takes. And at the end of the day, like, you can't say it's all editing and thumbnails either. Sure, that brings people in, but like, Larry,
it's everything combined.
Yeah, Larry knows that One Piece talk, the thumbnails matter insanely. It's so important. But like, bro, it's crazy, as we talk today, Preach has beautiful takes. I like the Sabo one's definitely one of my favorite, and I gotta check out more for sure.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, and I've been watching your videos for a while too, man. Like that's the thing. Like, okay, even like you said, when the Sabo video came out, it kind of reminded you of your kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. But like when I was remaking this video, I like in my head I was thinking this is like a ParVision video, bro. Like, yeah, I don't make videos like that normally.
And this is like I think I can go back in the VOD. Like when the Sabo thing happened, I got so happy for you. I was like, yo, Preach's Sabo thing, it's real, it's here. And the thing is, it didn't even need to happen now. Like, I don't even think you thought it would happen as soon as it did. It was,
no idea.
To both of us when we talked, we were like, sometime in the future. But then the next chapter was like, hey, yo, Preach, we heard you preaching, so we got you. Like, that's what Oda did right there. Yeah, for sure.
And the reason why I was so happy too is because like you said, like that was one theory where a lot of people were sleeping on it, but it is what it is.
Sleeping for sure, like Pluton. You know.
Okay, before we get to those super chats, I want to ask you one question.
Yeah, go for it.
So you said that you, before even like One Piece, you were getting into other series, other like whatever Marvel. Like, do you ever think about making a second channel for that type of stuff, like a separate besides One Piece? Because I'm currently making my second channel.
Ooh.
I'm gonna be doing just whatever series. Like right now, I'm reading Bleach. Because I want to talk about the series besides One Piece all the time, and like to this point, it's like, bro, One Piece is like a huge part of my life at this point, where it's like all I think about is One Piece.
Yeah.
I was like, it's like an unhealthy obsession at this point, so I have to like get into other, because I used to read other mangas too, and it's like now I don't have the time.
It's too hard.
For it.
Yeah,
and it's like, so that's why I recently got an editor, and I want to go into other series. But I was just wondering about you, like, do you ever think about making a different channel? Other things, or whatever, Marvel, whatever you said.
Yeah. Then great question, because the thing is, it's like I was telling everyone that I want to stabilize this channel first. To like, right now I'm like in the grind mode. Like the Shanks video is the tip of the iceberg. I think the Shadows one was another. It was like a that one wasn't a scheduled video because I thought of that after 1044, which is whereas like the Shanks video and the future videos, most of them were theories that I crafted. I had in the back pocket like ever since I was a kid. Like they were just developing ever since I was young. And so by that same token, everything else I consumed is just like my brain goes off and I think. And so like all my friends, they loved watching Marvel movies with me because it was so easy to predict the Marvel movies. And I would like, even when we were like phase 2, I was like, yo, this is, if it goes past phase 3, this is where we're gonna get in phase 4 and all this stuff. So it like, you can see all those things. And so I do on this channel, I do have 2 Spider-Man videos. I want to start it there, but what I started doing, this is my suggestion to you too, although you're a goat on YouTube, like grinding on YouTube in that might be difficult, but it might be a better place to start on TikTok because variety on TikTok is more acceptable than YouTube is. And so I have a second channel on TikTok that I started, but I haven't put the effort in right now. Like I have a video my wife wanted me to put out. Like we were watching Stranger Things and I was like, oh shit, this connects to Marvel. And I explained it to her and she's like, what? How does Stranger Things connect to Marvel? And I explained it and she's like, holy shit, this is incredible. And I'm like, should I make a thing? She's like, you need to stop everything you're doing. I can't stop One Piece. Like I can't stop that and make this other thing. But for sure, Marvel, I've been on a podcast for it, like a smaller one with my friend who did Marvel stuff. I definitely want to make other channels for other content. The manga thing, I think the next one I'm going to read is One Punch Man. But like you said, now that I'm reading One Piece on manga, it's so hard to get into something else in your free time, right? It's so hard.
It's crazy, bro. Like you won't even imagine the amount of time that I spent thinking about One Piece, and I'm sure it's the same for you. Like it's ridiculous at this point.
Yeah, it's easier for me. A lot of people are like, the 20 scripts, for example. I just sat down one day, I wrote 5 scripts. I wanted a 10-minute video. Each of them is like a 20-minute video. I'm like, fuck, like I need a short video. And like, I'm just pulling like things out of like things when I was a kid, when I was younger. So like some of these theories are things that I thought of when I was a kid and I just can explain them much better now. And so so on my end, writing it is the easiest part, but then making my video is the hardest part because I use all the panels and I get all the things, whereas like some other creators, like they just kind of like show you visuals and talk about things, whereas like if I'm talking about something, I'm usually talking about specific lines, specific details, manga panels, chapter titles, that kind of thing. So yeah,
no, you have a really unique style for sure.
Yeah, it's a risky one, but it's here. Fandom Greyfire, you gotta stop with these teasers, man. More scripts than videos nowadays. Yeah, it's like it's easier for me to type out things, and in terms of recording, I gotta be in like the mood,
Yeah, I had a plan like 4 months ago where I was gonna do an analysis on every Straw Hat, and
oh yeah, me too.
I was supposed to do a Nico Robin video, and I made the promise 3 months ago and it never came out.
Yeah,
I'm still gonna do it eventually, but things happen.
Yeah,
forget about it. And
people want my Brook video and my Vince Smoke Sanji video, so related to his family. I still haven't got that, but that's because the chapters are so crazy. Like, how can I talk about Vince Smoke Sanji when we got Conquer sniping by Shanks, right? Like, how can I possibly devote time to that?
Exactly.
so when I do get the free time to make work on the channel, then I have to do the priority stuff. But I am, Hidden told me, like, I had a video a long time ago, like an Otahime video, completely irrelevant. He's like, I love this video. And I think a lot of people like that, but it's not relevant to the story. And I made that video because I just felt like it was fun. It's an idea. And if I get more free time, there's a lot more videos like that. Like my Vanderdecken is a mushroom video for sure.
And one more thing though, like, do you reread One Piece certain parts of the story, or like do you reread the whole story altogether, like just slowly, or because I noticed that you remember like certain chapters here and there, and so that I don't remember just off the chapter, but I do reread certain sections. Like I've reread parts of Wano like 5 times already.
I don't reread. I actually, like, when it comes to like, my wife always wants to watch reruns of shows, and I hate doing, not reruns, but like rewatching something I've already watched, because I remember everything. Like, I had a friend who always forgets stuff, and so it was always fun to watch things with her, because she already watched it like 2 times, but she forgot the thing, and so then we'd watch it, and it was just, I would rewatch it because it was funnier that she would react like it's the first time. But that being said, when it comes to my scripts, I started, so this Shanks video, I purposely use the chapter titles because, like, a lot of the references a lot of people might not have realized they were there, so I put them there. But I write my scripts purely from memory, and then so the entire
hold on. You do all your scripts just from memory?
Yeah. So the Shanks video was all from memory. I actually got one of the chapters wrong. I referenced Baron Tamago talking about the Fishman Island kid. That was chapter 651. I'm pretty sure I said 652. So sometimes I go back, like when I'm recording it, that's when I write it all in one shot. I don't even edit my thing that heavily. I just write it in one shot, and then when I go to record it, that's when I go through the editing. I'm like, oh, I switch this around and say this. I don't do that much, but then that's when I'm like, okay, is this chapter right? I go check, and then boom, and then that's generally what it is. But yeah, most of my scripts are just straight from memory, which is why the script writing is easier. But wow. yeah, it's it is one of the powers that I'm using towards my advantage for sure. But okay, so we have like 7 more minutes. Thank you for those are. I thank you for asking those questions. Those are great questions, actually. So let's like look at some chat questions towards the end of this stuff, and we'll address them. Let me know if you see one, Preach. Like, scroll however much if you're in the chat and see that. Also, have you typed in my chat? I modded you already, right?
Yeah, I think I am modded in there.
Okay,
I haven't typed anything so far today, but
yeah, that's fine. That once we talk, Kid Mark. Oh, wait, talking to somebody. Love your content, man. Looking forward to reaching 100K. Hopefully one day, man. Hopefully one day. Do you have any thoughts on the current bounties of Straw Hats? Like, if they should be higher or lower? Well, we don't know the new ones. My personal take is Luffy's should be higher than the other 3, but we know the bounties are decorational, so that's true. What do you think about that, Preach? Do you have a thought?
Yeah, definitely. I think that Luffy should be at least higher than Law and Kids. You know, when I look at Law's crew, I have to be honest, like, Law's crew is trash.
Wait, did you like my explanation for Law's crew though in that video?
What was it again?
That they were all slaves, like essentially just captured people.
That was dope. Yeah, that was dope.
That makes sense.
That was also for kids too, that you say, right?
Yeah, just like a different perspective though. Like, we don't know there's, because Kid was probably looking for strong people, whereas Law probably wasn't. Like, he was just kind of like, I guess, you know, like John Bart was an example, but we know that everyone else is fodder besides Beppo.
Yeah. No, I do think that Luffy should be higher though, and I hope we see the Straw Hat bounties soon, maybe in the next chapter.
So Time Lord wants me to ask you about memes like Moose Piece. So the Moose Piece one is a little too much to explain. It was a meme from one of my my Thursday streams where the chapter, it was during the break month, so we just ended up talking about moose. Oh, it was because we were talking Australia. You probably, if you don't agree, you have to agree. Australia is a one-piece island, essentially, like, with how crazy it is.
Is there moose in Australia?
No, there's no moose in Australia, but it went to a place because Australia's fought a war against emus. They had a war against, like, the bird, and they lost the war, and then we were dying because, like, the person who donated was like, oh my god, emu from One Piece, like, Australia is the One Piece, like, holy shit, like, they lost the war against emu, and it was hilarious.
Emu has the emu fruit.
Like, it was that VOD was a fun time. But the other one I asked you about, Zoro is a plant. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, Zoro's a moss, right? Is that it?
Yeah, like, he has some lineage that he's a plant person.
Yeah, I don't know. See, I agree with the Mihawk one, but this one's a little bit too far.
All right, so I gotta get that video out. That One Piece talk, Larry. Australia has actual Pokemon. Yeah, Australia is crazy. Dan DeMan with the super chat. Kaido versus Shanks, who's winning? All right, that's a good. I actually was gonna ask you this, but I didn't. What do you think? Based off of what we saw in Shanks just in this episode or this chapter, would you say Shanks beats Kaido? Oh, a better question. Shanks snipes Kaido with the lightning. Does Kaido get rattled like Aramaki, or he kind of just like, bro?
I think he gets excited.
Yeah, he gets riled up. I agree.
I think I put Shanks. Actually, I put Kaido over Shanks.
Okay.
Especially, I think people also forget to realize like Kaido also just got stronger after fighting Luffy. And I know we're gonna say, well, Kaido's dead or whatever, but if we're taking the last Kaido that we saw, he was stronger because of that fight with Luffy. Maybe not so much stronger, but he did get stronger in my eyes.
Got you. Yeah, that I think here. Okay, we have like 2 more minutes, then I have to go. But with Kaido, Big Mom. Here's a question. Like a lot of people are still debating. Big Mom, Kaido, are they dead to you?
Well, okay, so I'm known as a Zeus hater, right? I hate Zeus.
Okay. Like Nami's Zeus?
Yeah, Nami's Zeus. I hate Zeus.
Okay.
Is there a correlation with Zeus being alive still and Big Mom being alive?
That is the thing, right? So this is my interpretation of the power, that if Big Mom dies, all the homies on Whole Cake Island still stay because they're not her soul, they're other people's souls. So it doesn't make sense for those souls to just die and separate. They're within a vessel, they should stay. Now, her homies like Zeus and Napoleon, those are her souls. So now my thought when we were contemplating all this is that if she is dead, then could her homies give her her soul back? Like, is that how that works?
Have you ever seen actually I don't want to spoil anything for anyone, but there is a scene in Hunter x Hunter that kind of reminds me of.
You're saying the reference. I've watched all of it. Maybe if it's in the manga, I don't know, but I don't recall something that relates to this.
It's in the Chimera Antark.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay.
I don't want to
know what you're talking about.
Yeah. But yeah.
I got you. I think I know what you're talking about now.
It could be something like that.
So, wouldn't work like the toy soldier thing in Dressrosa with the whole soul thing. So we've seen Big Mom become incapacitated a few times, and her homies haven't been affected, from what our understanding is. So. And on Sugar's end, we saw her incapacitated, but we don't know. Even something like the toy soldier, like he could have jumped in water. Couldn't that have like broken it up? Like, I don't know. He was the only one that was not given like a directive by Sugar. But that's neither here or there. In terms of the Big Mom one, so going if Zeus is. I would say that if Big Mom is dead, there's grounds that Zeus is still alive. That's my current interpretation. There is grounds, but there's also grounds that it does leave.
Yeah, and one thing, just quickly, because I have to get this off my chest real quick.
Yeah.
The most annoying thing to me about Zeus is the fact that he is essentially a Straw Hat now.
So that's why you don't like Zeus, because he's gonna join the crew.
I already hated Zeus before. Like on the rooftop, he was fake as hell, bro. Like switching sides every 5 seconds.
It's because he couldn't betray Big Mom. That's why.
I get it. It's just
I feel. I'm glad you got that.
Face alone is annoying.
I'm glad you got that off your chest. I'm glad. I haven't heard anyone be so angry about.
Bro, Zeus is the worst part of Wano.
Most people would say Big Mom is the worst part, so you're not far off there. But like, Big Mom's amnesia was the referee's conclusion as like the worst thing in Wano, I think. But
I thought the Big Mom amnesia was hilarious.
I wasn't like that hateful of it, but you know, I can understand why people didn't like it. You know, it's definitely very convenient, weird.
Yeah.
And I think it's worse because Big Mom didn't do much on Onigashima. So then, like, in the perspective of the community, she did a lot, but not in the perspective of the community, right?
Yeah, the worst part is, like, what was the point of bringing Big Mom?
Yeah.
And that's, like, the real question is, like, what was her real conclusion within the story?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm glad you got that takeout. So I gotta close things out because I gotta jump into another call. So I just want to close it out with you guys, and then or with you, Preach, and then I'll just do my closing stream thing. So that being said, thank you guys for being here. I hope you guys really enjoyed this this Voice of All Things with the guest Marshall D. Preach, and we talked about a video that he might revamp and add to, and he has a lot more, I'm sure. And if you guys haven't seen his videos, definitely go check him out. Big fan. Really enjoyed being here. So thank you, Preach, and I'm sure we'll have more of this if time permits. Especially that's our biggest issue, right? Time, but for sure, especially within this year. Talk with you.
Yeah,
again.
and I'm sure you have other guests too, and it is what it is.
Yeah, but yo, so again, just for the end of the VOD and everything, you know, say your 2 cents. You got your Zeus hate agenda, but what's your overall agenda? Let them know who you are, what kind of vibes you have, and then I'll close out the stream.
Yeah, we'll leave with the one more crazy take. I don't know if it's that crazy, but Wano to me is better than Marineford as it stands right now.
Okay.
I know a lot of people disagree. It's fine. You can disagree, but we can argue about it next time maybe. Anyways, thanks for having me. It's been a fun stream.
Yeah.
And hopefully we can do it again one time.
I loved talking to you. You know I love talking with you, so we'll definitely have this again. And we'll talk more outside of One Piece too. So for sure. Thank you for making the time. I'm glad we got this Saturday out. And yeah, see you soon, bro. All right, so I'm gonna, hopefully you guys liked having Preach here, and definitely all the videos that we shouted out, go show them love if you haven't seen them. But I have to get going. Honestly, I have like 8 collaborations in the next like 2 weeks. So I'm just gonna list them out real quick. And so now I'm gonna be jumping into a call with the Piecemeal podcast. The group of friends who they're rereading One Piece from the beginning, and they're on volume 63 now. So that's what I'm talking about. And so that will be posted in like 2 weeks on a Monday. And so unfortunately scheduling happened where, you know, it was the same day, but like I had to do it this way. But I think we got a lot of great stuff with Preach. Hopefully you guys really enjoyed that. Let me wait, hold on. I just realized I'm full screen here and I have this open. There we go. So you guys can see the chat. Double par, mirror par. Yeah, I just realized it was double. So that being said, I have that. And then I have the watch party happening at 10 p.m. for episode 1027 on Twitch. So right after that podcast call, I'm going to hop right into Twitch and watch the new episode. And there's no Voice of All Things tomorrow because it was today. Same thing with next week. I think I got to move streams around. So if you're not in my Discord, definitely join my Discord. Because I spelled Discord wrong. That's great. Join the Discord because I saw a lot of great comments. I was reading them. Some of them weren't on topic, and I wanted to get Preach it like everything that we had planned out, and then address some of the related super chats, that kind of thing. And so I really liked all that stuff. I'm gonna see it again in the VODs, and if I didn't address it or you really want to bring it up in the Discord. That's the place to talk about it. Here, I'll link it in the YouTube. And so in terms of things coming up, just before I go to drop it off with you guys, is King of Lightning. I'm making a video. We might live stream on Tuesday. I'm going to ask him because he sounded like he wanted to go for a long time. So I'm down to box the King of Lightning. I got some takes that are going to make him upset, and I love King of Lightning's reactions are great. So there's that. Then I'm gonna be on Morge's stream the next week on Monday. Then I'm gonna be on the Volume 1 podcast. Then I'm gonna be on that One Piece talk, and I'm collabing with Sebastian on that One Piece talk on a video. And then Hidden Island and I, when he comes back, we'll have that. There's you guys know my motto is to talk to as much people. Oh, King Recon. I need to settle down on a date. I might have to stream outside of my normal streaming schedule to make this happen. Yeah, and so there's a few more I might be forgetting. I'm sorry if I didn't mention it, but I'll be mentioning them more on Discord. I'll be talking about them. And yeah, so I'm gonna close it out. I'm gonna head out. Thank you guys for tuning in to the Voice of All Things with your host ParVision. Again, go show Preach all the love. Thank you for being here, Preach, by the way, again. If you're hearing this, or I'll say it again off screen. But that being said, thank you guys for being here. Thank you for all the super chats and bits and support and memberships and just the chats in general. Like, it's only interesting because you guys are as interested as we are. So, and if, for those of you who just tuned in, I have a second channel, the VODs channel, where I upload all the VODs. So if you're tuning in or you came in mid and you want to hear what we talked about at the beginning, because the whole stream was really exciting, subscribe to my second channel.